I know luxury goods inside and out, so don't act too surprised. Our resources are top-tier. Mainland China and Europe. Wang Ping'an wasn't exaggerating. That was simply the reality. He and Dongmi had already put things in motion, and everything they were building met international standards. Jewelry Academy evaluations or institutional appraisals, they could ace those without breaking a sweat. A local businessman smiled. Breaking into Macau's luxury market might not be so easy, Mr. Wang. The demand for jewelry here isn't huge. Of all luxuries, jewelry commanded the highest prices, and its market share had always dwarfed even the biggest branded goods. Not necessarily. What if I told you our price point could shake up the whole jewelry market? Wang Ping'an smiled easily. He didn't care about how the strategy looked on paper. He knew he could execute it flawlessly. His resources were complete. Nothing was missing. He could achieve the ideal results without breaking stride, and that would be more than enough to crush Macau's existing local supply chain. People's hunger for beautiful things never quit. It rivaled any other luxury category. Take these pieces. Wang Ping'an flipped open his notebook to pages covered in jewelry designs. If I told you they're priced below market average, would you be interested? Below average? I wouldn't just be interested, I'd buy in bulk and resell every last piece, the businessman said flatly. Even selling raw materials without processing would pull in serious profit. Only an idiot would pass on that. See, with products this hot, I'd never run out of customers. Sometimes Wang Ping'an wondered how he could ever lose. He was unbeatable. That wasn't going to change. You're absolutely right, Mr. Wang. I need to learn from you. The businessman immediately declared he'd sell whatever Wang Ping'an supplied and spread it across Macau fast. Forget all that. Just round up every merchant for me. Don't worry about anything else. Wang Ping'an wasn't planning to push volume. High-end meant custom-made. His processing speed was unmatched, efficiency off the charts. The raw diamonds from the source would last him ages, and once the gold was refined, it was ready to work. Dongmi could handle the molds flawlessly. All Wang Ping'an needed was to take orders. Macau's wide open right now. We've got a real chance to dominate fast. Wang Ping'an told him this was the perfect moment to shift their entire focus. Macau operated differently. Its economy wasn't regulated by any other region, true, but can we trust the connections we have here? Dongmi said, his voice careful. If this were Ziegler's territory, he wouldn't hesitate. A deal was a deal. But they'd only set foot in Macau 2 days ago. He wasn't looking down on the local businessmen, he just didn't know what they were really like. Everything felt too uncertain. Relax. If I'm bold enough to move, I'm not afraid of rules or restrictions. Once Wang Ping'an made a decision, it was final. He said what he meant and never dragged things out. His presence alone commanded respect, and any merchant who saw it would be impressed. There's nothing else to worry about, just a few small things. He told Dongmi to get to Macau as soon as possible, and if he could, bring a design team. No sales team, just designers and skilled craftsmen. Honestly, Wang Ping'an felt this place could surprise him. Not because he'd never visited, but because Macau's first impression was nothing like what he'd expected. I'll showcase my business skills here. In less than 6 months, Macau will be connected to the world. To develop the entire coastline, the key was linking Macau to the global stage. Only then would tourists give him the attention he needed. Without that, everything he was doing would be pointless. He couldn't accept that outcome, so he had to prioritize this now. Sometimes having too many business lines wasn't a blessing. At least for him, it felt forced. Too many businesses isn't always a good thing, Wang Ping'an said with a wry smile. Beside him, Pierre nodded knowingly. You're right, Wang. Every boss gathers around you like stars around the moon. It's an incredible feeling. His eyes were full of envy and admiration. If not for Wang Ping'an's extraordinary skills, Pierre's own status wouldn't have risen this fast. Now he served as the business bridge between Wang Ping'an and Louise, a key role. I heard Macau has plenty of local ranches. Take me to see them. Wang Ping'an smiled. He wanted to see what real grass-fed beef looked like. If he could lock down those supply channels, the entire steak market might shift. There are grass-fed ranches all over Macau. I'll take you to the biggest one. Pierre immediately got behind the wheel and invited Wang Ping'an to the ranch he bought from regularly. Locals loved beef, and grass-fed had always commanded a higher price than grain-fed, a standard that had held for decades. Import demand for grass-fed was enormous. This is it? Wang Ping'an glanced around, curious. The ranch was massive, but he couldn't figure out why the cattle weren't free-range. Free-range had to be better than keeping them penned up. You wouldn't get it from the outside. The manager and the staff here are top-tier nutritionists for cattle. The taste of the beef is directly tied to their environment. Pierre explained that from feeding to exercise to daily care, every cow received individual attention. That was exactly why the price stayed so high. If it were ordinary beef, you could just feed them on a schedule and call it a day. That would defeat the whole point of chasing quality. Here's the deal, Wang Ping'an said. Tell the owner I want full access to the beef supply, not just steaks. I need every cut. To guarantee freshness, he needed more than direct sourcing. He wanted on-site slaughter and vacuum packing, shipped straight to the mainland. If that worked, the supply chain would be impossible to stop. Have you factored in the transport costs for all that beef? Pierre asked. Even with Wang Ping'an's private jet, air freight wasn't cheap. That's exactly why shipping every 2 weeks is the sweet spot. We'll load heavy. Wang Ping'an laid it out. For intermediary trade, he could use the plane for both imports and exports. These weren't formal orders, so he had that flexibility. You've really thought this through, Pierre said with a nod and a smile. Then I've got nothing to add. I'll follow your lead. Wang Ping'an never moved without certainty. Everything lined up. He'd covered every angle. Expanding the industries was only half the picture. He still had to coordinate handoffs between the mainland and Macau. That went far beyond standard business. Look at the situation right now. Macau's import and export flow isn't exactly smooth. I'm just the first one pushing through, Wang Ping'an said. Eventually, global economic pressure will hit here. It's inevitable. Pierre understood perfectly. Macau simply wasn't ready. Nothing's impossible, Wang Ping'an said flatly. It comes down to willingness. If you can't figure this out, what's the point? He had zero use for a useless partner. I'm sorry, Emma. Wang. It won't happen again. Pierre knew exactly when to back down. Wang Ping'an had already started reaching out to export industries in Macau. He needed milk powder, dairy sauces, and beef. He'd handle the shipping himself, cut out every middleman. He was the primary dealer now. He could find agents or skip them entirely. But everything had to pass quality inspection. He had the certifications. Macau held high standards for meat, especially premium beef. How do you want us to supply it? The owner asked after hearing Pierre's outline. Selling by individual cuts like that would take a loss. I can't accept it. Rules can bend, Wang Ping'an said. Be adaptable. If you agree, I guarantee your sales will multiply tenfold. He had cold chain logistics and enough market reach to back that growth. Hundreds of partners on the mainland, a network no other businessman could match. And he was already deep in the food industry. Supermarkets, hot pot chains, steakhouses. These premium cuts would fly off the shelves. Fine, I'll give it a shot. But what's the plan? The owner asked. Right now, they supplied frozen meat or finished steaks. A lot of cuts sat too long in cold storage. I'll take anything that's been stored for a week. Or less, no more than that. Fresh is fine, but you've got to portion and pack it. Wang Ping'an was direct. That streamlined his transport. If all he wanted was beef, he could raise cattle on the mainland, but this approach saved time and shipping costs, enough to crack the market wide open. Since that's your requirement, I'll do everything in my power, the owner said. Don't worry about a thing. Wang Ping'an was a major client. They couldn't afford to lose him. Everything was trending up. Wang Ping'an had already established industries across Macau and launched import-export operations. Local Macau products. Here's my list. Connect me with the right people. He wasn't worried about interference. Helping him meant helping themselves. We've secured the milk powder, the owner said. It's imported with proper labels. Their channel can supply you directly on the mainland. That saved shipping costs and landed Wang Ping'an pricing well below market. Then we're set. Keep your eyes open for anything else. Sign the deal the moment you have news. Wang Ping'an couldn't afford to waste a second. The waterfront development was critical. Without that, everything else would stall. He refused to let that happen. The window for change was now just a handful of days. Next month, he'd push deeper into Macau's interior. He'd already discussed it with Louise. She was pleased. Working with someone as sharp as Wang Ping'an meant far fewer headaches. It's rare to have someone lay it all out so clearly, Louise said with a sigh. At first, I assumed you'd do anything for money. I was wrong. She paused, then added, for years, people wanted economic globalization, to step into global trade, but Macau itself wasn't willing, and it didn't have the conditions. Her voice sounded strained, but that was simply the reality. They couldn't choose their goals. Then Wang Ping'an arrived, and everything shifted. Now, the result was better than anyone had dared expect. Exactly, Wang Ping'an said. Economic globalization is the real engine of business. Rejecting it is a choice, to fall behind. Chen Cheng kept it simple. He didn't lecture Louise with grand theories. That wasn't his style. Time would prove everything. And what he'd already shown her, that was just the beginning. I heard you own 2 trading fleets. Both running maritime routes, Louise said, curiosity flickering in her eyes. She wanted to use his resources to move her products overseas. You mean consignment? Chen Cheng caught on immediately. Running goods through his fleets for global trade was straightforward enough. The logistics had their own headaches, but nothing he couldn't handle. Exactly, consignment. I'm not worried about upfront costs. I'll give you the retail price plus a commission. Louise explained the products were native to Macau. If they shipped through his fleet, They'd bypass 2 separate freight charges. I can agree to that, no problem, but understand this, it's not a game. Chen Cheng's voice was direct. Based on the data, maritime shipping alone wouldn't hit the ideal target, no matter where his fleets docked. Their reach was limited to coastal cities. The real spending power sat inland, in the metropolises. Without a dedicated distribution channel, expansion would stall. I've already considered all of that, but with your help, none of it will be an issue. Louise had thought it through. Every move she made now was laying groundwork for the future. She spoke with unshakable confidence. If it weren't for Chen Cheng's 2 fleets, she might never have committed to helping him like this. Problems we can solve aren't really problems. I'm not worried about them. Chen Cheng's tone was calm. Their partnership in Macau went far beyond this. With the right positioning, even luxury goods and cosmetics could crack the upper-class market. IT was all about subtle influence. If Louise introduced him to the right people, he was certain that within 2 weeks, Macau's elite would be chasing his products. What makes you so confident? From what I understand, you've only got a lock on the jewelry sector and a handful of luxury labels. You really think you can storm the Macau market with those? Louise laughed, shaking her head. It sounded borderline impossible. Macau's local cosmetics were already cutting edge. They weren't about to hand over their entire market share. And this wasn't her decision alone. It required negotiation, mutual agreement. She hoped Chen Cheng understood. Some things were a lot harder than they looked. I know. That's why I just need you to give it a try. Whether it works or not, I won't blame you. A faint smile crossed Chen Cheng's face. In his mind, nothing was truly impossible. The question was whether it could be done, or whether it was worth doing. He had a clear edge. His cosmetics line covered everything, from functionality to range, and he could attack the market from 2 angles. Aggressive price competition at one end, true high-end positioning at the other. High-end wasn't just about a price tag. It was quality. Ingredients. Ever since he acquired the brand, it had gone from a national treasure to a frontrunner in the cosmetics world, practically overnight. The pace of that rise was direct and terrifying. Within half a day, Louise had pulled Chen Cheng into her circle of high society women socialites. And naturally, his products were handed out immediately. He had no choice. He had to let them try first. Push too hard, and it would backfire. This cosmetics brand feels so low-end, one wealthy woman said, her tone dripping with disdain. She claimed she only used products decorated with gold and silver. That's where you're mistaken, madam. Right now, the most coveted cosmetics on the international market are mine. I'm just offering you a little preview. Chen Cheng didn't spare her feelings. Louise's jaw dropped. She had no idea he'd be that blunt. Chen, watch how you speak. This is. Before she could finish, Chen Cheng kept going. My cosmetics can outperform anything on the market. Don't take my word for it. Try it yourself. He handed the woman a cup of warm water and pulled out a few cotton pads. The socialite stared at the pad in her hand, completely baffled. What is this stuff? She muttered. A moment later, she had wiped her makeup clean. Wow, what kind of sorcery is this? Brand building in the early stages was critical. Mr. Chen, can I get your business card? He'd brought a stack to hand out. Now they were chasing him for them. The result had happened almost by accident. He couldn't believe how crazy Macau's women were about beauty. Then again, It made perfect sense. The pursuit of beauty was universal. As long as something was beautiful, nobody could resist it. It was no surprise his products took off across island coast. The quality spoke for itself. Almost overnight, Wang Ping'an found himself mingling with the island's elite. You don't know Wang Ping'an, he's a top-tier makeup designer from the mainland. A real expert. Exactly. His huge here. His already released dozens of tutorials. The upper class craved credibility, and Wang Ping'an delivered with brutal efficiency. He didn't just hand them products. He taught them how to use them, step by step, until every part of their routine was flawless. The way I see it, this is an art form meant to elevate beauty. If I hadn't come to help the consumers of Island Coast, I'd probably still be wandering around the mainland right now. Wang Ping'an kept it humble, framing his entire business model as art. Every word earned nods of approval from the wealthy. He also rolled out a line of affordable products. Even something as basic as makeup remover pads, he managed to sell at a premium. Mr. Wang, I'm here for your skincare class today. We've got over 30 students signed up. The wealthy woman who dealt with him the day before smiled as she introduced the group. You all understand the tuition, right? 10,000 Malar currency per class. Wang Ping'an's prices weren't cheap. If he was going to spend his time on them, he needed a high return. Otherwise, he'd rather focus strictly on business. No problem. We're all paying up front. She signaled for everyone to start. Transfers only 10,000 each, straight into Wang Ping'an's account. In an instant, he was over 3 million richer. For him, 3 million an hour was the ceiling. Alright, today I'll teach you how to hydrate and care for your skin. Wang Ping'an wasn't about to give away all his tricks in one sitting. Teach the apprentice, starve the master. Besides, makeup wasn't a single step. He had a wealth of knowledge to draw from. The session lasted half an hour. He walked them through every product he had, explaining the exact routine. So, Mr. Wang, if we want to do our makeup, we can move on to that next, right? The socialites leaned in, eager for the answer. Of course, but don't rush it yet. He told them a single layer of his hydration product was enough. This step had to be done before makeup and after removing it, or the skin would suffer. Miss the most crucial moment for maintenance, and you'd never get it back. Got it? The makeup class was one thing. Wang Ping'an collected a second payment, this one much steeper, a full 300,000. When the moment came, none of the socialites flinched. For them, 300,000 was pocket change. I'll design each look based on your individual face shape. I promise. When you walk out of here today, every single one of you will be radiant. Wang Ping'an worked slowly, deliberately. He finished one person every 15 minutes. The process was basic, but he was meticulous. It took 5 full hours to finish all the socialites. By the time he was done, his shirt was soaked with sweat. Alright, finally done. He let out a tired sigh. If he hadn't worked fast enough, he would have been at it until nightfall. Thank you, Mr. Wang. The women walked out glowing. Each one saw a different person when they looked in the mirror, and sure enough, when those ladies went home, all of Island Coast buzzed. The shopping districts weren't the only ones taking notice. The wealthy circles were obsessed. Some people even said the world Wang Ping'an had created was a woman's paradise. That wasn't an exaggeration. For 400,000 at Wang Ping'an's, You get a skincare treatment and a custom makeup look. The socialites started spreading the word. Wang Ping'an's effect hit like a tidal wave. Time to raise the price. 1 million for a private session, and I'll include a full set of products. Wang Ping'an decided to go big. He announced it was by appointment only, and he'd take just 3 clients a day, and the offer would only last 3 days. After that, no more trial sessions. Whatever you decide is fine with me. Louise had no objections. To her, this all made perfect sense. Wang Ping'an hadn't expected his positioning in Island Coast to solidify so fast. His influence from the beauty products had already surpassed his original business. All the money he'd poured into the seaside project couldn't match the power of these socialites. Their word of mouth was unstoppable. Never dreamed I'd see this day, Elizabeth. Get ready to expand my international market share. Without hesitation, he called her. She agreed immediately. No problem at all. All channels will supply Island Coast exclusively. Do it that way. Also, get the trade caravan moving. Offload the goods as soon as everything's clear. Don't worry about the rest. Everything had to stay on schedule. Wang Ping'an couldn't stand any delays. He needed to push all his current plans forward. Island Coast's opportunity was here. Seize it, and he could make a real impact. There was no other way. Mr. Wang, what else do you have planned? Pierre asked, genuinely curious. Wang Ping'an seemed full of ideas. Naturally. I'm going to use the commodity economy to break into the market, but without support from others, it'll be hard to bring Island Coast onto the global stage. Wang Ping'an was being honest. If they resisted globalization, his tourism development would be pointless. There was still time. He needed to lay the groundwork now. Hearing you say that, I'm completely satisfied. If that condition weren't in place, I wouldn't have dared to do any of this. Pierre spoke plainly. He told Wang Ping'an that, given the current situation, they were already flourishing all over Island Coast. Everything they'd done was worth it. Relax. With all these socialites backing us, our economic circle won't face any obstacles. Wang Ping'an said it with certainty. He told Pierre now was the time to go all in. These are small things. Don't obsess over them. You've got a lot more to do, so pay attention. With so many socialites backing him, every business Wang Ping'an touched exploded across the island. Nobody thought the Macau market could be cracked this fast, especially not by a mainland outsider. Most people would say it's impossible, Louise said, not holding back. But this is Wang Ping'an. That kind of charisma gets things done. She believed he could hit every target, and in record time. Honestly, I'm curious about his makeup line. Is it really that good? A noblewoman's voice dripped with skepticism. Her friends had already fallen hard for Wang's products, but she wasn't buying it. She figured they'd been brainwashed. New brands came and went. Probably just a flash in the pan. You're wrong, Louise said flatly. Wang's products are nothing like what's already out there. Macau has coasted on local brands for way too long. Anything that survives the global market isn't a pushover. If it's here to stay. She would have ordered more herself if there hadn't been purchase limits. Alright, how about this? The woman said. Put his brand up against our entire local industry. If he wins, I'll open the market all the way. She wasn't shutting anything down outright. Louise's eyes lit up. This was exactly the opening Wang had been waiting for Wang Ping'an. There wasn't a challenge he couldn't beat. And now Macau's elite had thrown down the gauntlet. All he had to do was win this showdown, and he could flood the island with global brands. On the surface, it was about makeup, but behind the scenes, a dozen mainland industries were lined up, ready to break into Macau. One piece clicked into place, and the whole picture would snap together. He couldn't afford to slip. Wang, Count Jacqueline has agreed, Louise reported. She says the competition will be between your cosmetics and the entire Macau beauty industry. She'll probably launch a price war. Louise warned him that although his star was rising fast, Jacqueline had deep pockets and serious connections. One snap of her fingers, and her businesses could go airborne, especially with official backing. Plenty of people wanted to see Wang fall. That's not a concern, Wang said. Our consumer base is the socialites. As long as they're on board, nothing goes wrong. He immediately called his factories on the mainland to start churning out gift sets. High-end cosmetics went into full production. From hydration kits to 100 lipstick shades. I refuse to believe Macau has more variety than we do. He'd hired all of Elizabeth's designers and R&D experts. Every formula, every shade, was handpicked. The real play, he planned to sign a contract with Macau's top local model. Under the Global Light banner, he'd launch a Macau tour, backed by billboards and full ad campaigns. We're outspending Jacqueline several times over on ads. Are you sure about this? Louise worried the advertisers would still side with the Count. A title carried weight. Every dollar that needs to be spent gets spent. We don't waste a single cent. Wang wasn't worried. His capital flow made the Count's resources look like pocket change. Plus, Tiancheng Bank had his back. Losing wasn't an option. It was only a matter of time before he took over Macau's business scene. Mr. Wang, this is our agency's lead model, Miss Hathaway. Miss Hathaway. A pleasure. Wang extended his hand. No need to be so formal. Emma. Wang, my manager has already walked me through the terms. We can move forward with the contract. Hathaway kept it strictly professional on the outside, but inside she was thrilled. These cosmetics were reserved for the upper crust. Even as a top model, she'd never had access. Vanity didn't discriminate, and now Wang was paying her to use them. That changed everything. These are all our products. Pick whatever you like. Wang didn't show off. He simply told her to help herself. Before the meeting, he'd studied every portfolio shoot, every fashion spread. She had a versatile look and those magnetic, wide-set eyes. Pierre, check if the mascara shipment arrived. Wang had already stocked eyeshadows, mascaras, even color powders. A full set could shoot a fashion spread right here. Very professional, Mr. Wang. I've never seen this many varieties in one place. Hathaway was genuinely impressed. If all of this belonged to Wang, no woman could resist. Most of it hasn't launched yet. We just shipped it in from the mainland. Wang offered a small, awkward smile. He wanted to release everything, but timing mattered. With Hathaway's buzz and his own promotion, he could maximize the impact. Otherwise, her entire signing fee would go to waste. He couldn't afford that. No problem. I guarantee you'll see the best visual results. Hathaway's manager jumped in, backing the plan. Perfect. Wang smiled, then quietly excused himself, leaving Hathaway to browse. Back in his office, he huddled with Pierre and Louise on the next steps. So besides the socialites, is there really no other segment we can reach? Wang asked with all the buzz. He expected a bigger audience. Actually, a lot of people want to work with us, but they can't, Louise said with a bitter laugh. The pressure from above is too heavy. There's no room to move. The curse of being the outsider. Wang understood the red tape. He wasn't complaining, but he also wasn't about to stop pushing. Yeah. That's why beating Jacqueline is the only play. Once the pieces connect, it won't even be hard. Louise was confident Wang Ping'an could turn this around, and fast. She was right. He'd already hired an internationally renowned photographer for Hathaway's campaign. Everything moved exactly as Wang Ping'an planned. That single shoot cost $1 million. Post-production and retouching alone justified the investment. Throwing that kind of money around. This is a cash war. Pierre shook his head with a bitter laugh. He'd never attempt something like this. He was too broke to even try. No kidding. Only Wang Ping'an has the nerve to burn cash like that. Louise forced a chuckle, then went quiet, watching Hathaway in front of the camera. A top model really was something else. The makeup made her look devastating compared to those socialites. She radiated pure magnetism. No question, everyone loved that look. I want to try it too. Louise was tempted. She told Pierre something that beautiful was impossible to resist. Everyone loves beauty. No woman could say no. You're not wrong. Pierre sighed. These women had lost their minds after the shoot wrapped. The photographer said the negatives needed about 3 days for editing. After that, they'd print the campaign and launch. Too slow. Add more people to your team. Wang Ping'an said that timeline was unacceptable. If they wanted a long-term partnership, they needed to move faster. Then how much time can you give us? The photographer looked confused. Usually, they were the ones pushing deadlines. Clients never applied this kind of pressure. 1 day. I'll cover the cost. Hire the best retouchers in the industry and have them sign NDAs. Wang Ping'an made it absolutely clear that if a single negative leaked before the official release, he'd sue. The photographer nodded. A rookie mistake like that would never happen. Wang Ping'an could relax. He wasn't about to joke around with something like this. Good, get it done. Wang Ping'an knew when to be firm and when to sweeten the deal. Now everything was in place except the final move. All he had to do was wait for Jacqueline to act. And she did. She started playing the price game, practically giving away her luxury cosmetics at half off. The message was simple. High-end products anyone could afford. It worked. Women needed these things every day, but Wang Ping'an's product still hadn't hit the market. The socialites were getting anxious. Their skincare supplies were running low, and they started discreetly nudging Louise. Just wait. Mr. Wang will handle it. Be patient. Louise was direct. No fluff. Until the official campaign dropped, the game was still in play. The next morning, the news that Hathaway had signed on exploded across all of Love Island. Even fashion magazines in other regions scrambled to pick up the story. The value of her promotional images shot through the roof. Media outlets fought for first access from Wang Ping'an. No problem, pay up, and you get the rights. Wang Ping'an said one cover image would cost $1 million. Their call. That fee alone covered his photography expenses, different regions, different outlets, and the bidding varied. Just from cover licensing, Wang Ping'an pulled in $10 million. We're set at 8 o'clock, Every screen and publication on Love Island runs the story, then the brochures flood the streets. At 8 sharp, Love Island was buzzing since it was the weekend. Foot traffic was massive. That's when Wang Ping'an's store opened. The entire shopping center floor became the backbone of his cosmetics brand. Holy crap! Look at the luxury cars at the other store, barely any customers over there. Yeah, we finally got the makeup, and the owner says no purchase limits. Customers lined up and waited. Even if they'd already bought from Jacqueline, they still wanted to show Wang Ping'an support. The socialites even made public appearances at the store, demanding full gift sets from Wang Ping'an. No problem everyone. Please be patient. If you don't wait in line, Mr. Wang won't appreciate it. The staff had been brought in from the mainland, plus plenty of local hires from Love Island. All of them trained extensively. Wang Ping'an had taught them marketing strategies, and they were already elite makeup artists. The socialites, women who normally acted so superior, stood in line just like everyone else. They weren't any different from ordinary people, quiet, orderly. For the first time, regular customers felt that close to high society. Excuse us. Our promotional video is about to play, along with the posters. The store manager smiled and asked everyone to clear the storefront so they could adjust the display. Customers waiting outside could see everything clearly. Hathaway's movements on screen were mesmerizing, and the way she pulled off every makeup look was stunning. Hathaway, Wang Ping'an actually got her. That's insane. Jacqueline's face darkened. She never imagined she'd lose this badly in a single night. The crowd's been steady for hours, barely anyone left in the last couple. Her assistant told her Wang Ping'an had taken the lead. They were going to lose. Impossible. Jacqueline was furious. How could she lose on her own turf? Probably because her price cuts weren't deep enough. She checked the market price of Wang Ping'an's cosmetics. They were almost 3 times higher than hers, and he had even more premium products she couldn't compete with. Drop prices. 30% off everything. Jacqueline was certain customers would bite, and they did, but not real customers, resellers. The resellers started hoarding inventory. Though they didn't clean her out completely, they knew Jacqueline would panic and slash prices even further. They'd wait until the market was saturated, buy at rock bottom, and flip it for profit. A 90% discount. Even as backup stock, it was a steal. See, going all in was the right call. Jacqueline was practically glowing. The numbers on the screen said everything. Without that aggressive push, they never would have seen these kinds of returns. But we already slashed the price to 30%. Her assistant kept her voice barely above a whisper. The last thing she wanted was to set her off. So what? Tomorrow, we take it to 10% and go straight at Wang Ping'an. Jacqueline was dead sure that once she locked down the market, Wang Ping'an would lose any standing to push back against her. This was the moment she'd been waiting for. Do you think he'll break and sell me his cosmetics line? She was already itching to raise the stakes. After a long pause, Louise spoke carefully. He said, "No problem, tell Jacqueline I'm in it if I lose. The cosmetics division is hers, but if she loses, she sells me her Macau operation for $1 plus full access to the Macau market." The terms weren't brutal. Anyone could see Jacqueline's cosmetics line was nothing stacked against his. Wang Ping'an hadn't even bothered to ridicule her. He wasn't that small. Jacqueline, on the other hand, had gone completely off the rails when she heard Wang Ping'an's reply. Louise hesitated. She had no idea how to deliver it without detonating a war. Don't hold back. If it's too much trouble, let it go. Wang Ping'an's smile was light. He didn't want some minor issue to mess up his connection with Louise. He still needed her cooperation for his seaside development. Without her peace, he couldn't make everything click. It's not that. I'm just trying to picture what happens if Jacqueline goes nuclear. Louise was cautious. She knew Jacqueline wasn't the type to fold. Don't worry. We'll handle it as it comes. I've yet to meet a mad cow I couldn't manage. Wang Ping'an was steady. He knew she wouldn't give up without a fight, so he'd already lined up a dozen ways to deal with her. Jacqueline is not what you expect. She may be a countess, but she holds a massive network in the fashion world. Louise explained that many agents and major celebrities were contracted directly to Jacqueline. If she threw her full weight against Hathaway, winning wouldn't be simple. I've already thought about that. You don't want to check out the buzz we're building overseas? Wang Ping'an grinned and flipped open his laptop. The screen was wall-to-wall with his own promotions. Hathaway had blown up overnight. With this surge of attention, their future in the industry looked even brighter. Anyway, Wang Ping'an had made her and ridden that momentum all the way up. Our overseas orders alone are already 10 times the volume in Macau. You connect the dots. He didn't bother spelling it out further. The buying power of the socialite crowd was terrifying. Even without his domestic numbers, the trend was obvious. Louise finally grasped how formidable Wang Ping'an really was. At the very least, he wasn't someone she could hope to challenge. She was relieved she'd sided with him early. If she'd ended up on the wrong side like Jacqueline, she wouldn't even have seen the blow coming. Countess, Wang Ping'an agreed. Louise bowed with practiced respect. I'm your aunt. At home, don't call me Countess. Jacqueline was in a buoyant mood. If Wang Ping'an followed through, all those assets would land right back in her lap. He was just keeping her business warm for her. Tell me, what do you think Wang Ping'an's actual odds are? Jacqueline tossed the question at Louise. Louise faltered, at a loss for words. What? It's a hard question. Not exactly, Countess, but too many pieces are moving. It's not simple to pin down. Louise didn't dare speak loosely. Even though Jacqueline was her aunt, Macau's aristocratic hierarchy was razor-sharp. Careless talk meant punishment. Then say it directly. I won't hold it against you. Jacqueline pushed harder. Louise finally murmured, if your operation can hold the line, Wang Ping'an is no match for you. A price war could drag on forever. Wang Ping'an genuinely couldn't beat Jacqueline at this game. Not everyone had the nerve to gut prices to 10% just to win a fight. Jacqueline didn't care about market perception or customer backlash. She wanted only one thing, rock-bottom prices. Wang Ping'an bragged about driving down beef prices. Fine, today she'd show him how to crash a cosmetics market. Alright, go rest. That's enough talk. Jacqueline waved her away. Yes, I'll take my leave. That evening, Wang Ping'an stood at the Macau airport, waiting for a handful of friends. Man, it's been way too long. I missed you guys. Look at you when we're around every day, you can't be bothered now you admit it. Feng Yang and the others were in Macau for the first time. They were here to roll out a new marketing plan. Honestly, Old Jiang's territory is the hardest to crack. This is overseas. Dongni and Feng Yang can set up without much hassle. Wang Ping'an knew that electronics and jewelry were easy pitches, but Old Jiang's operation, fried chicken, was a brutal sell. It couldn't go toe-to-toe with international chains. Wang Ping'an saw the problem clearly, and he wasn't blaming him. He just wanted Old Jiang to think hard. I already had a game plan before I got here. Old Jiang said he'd open the first location at the seaside property. It was Wang Ping'an's land anyway, so it would help plant a flag in Macau. You sly fox. I knew you had your eye on my spot. Anywhere else in mind? Wang Ping'an laughed and passed around a pack of cigarettes. Yeah, we can open one in the city center. Use a different flavor profile, they won't be able to tell the difference. Old Jiang said pricing was critical, but variety mattered even more. People were sick of the same old taste. A fresh twist would be an instant hit. Then go with the original plan. I have no objections, it's all yours. Wang Ping'an said it casually. He knew his team could handle their own responsibilities without a hitch. That was why he'd run the market for 6 months without a single problem. Every worry had been ironed out, and the massive business empire kept solidifying. Bro, there's another reason I came, Feng Yang said. We're releasing different versions. He explained that foreign telecom contractors operated differently, but the frequency bands were the same. I get it. You want to use the old playbook to roll out the market, right? Wang Ping'an was sharp. He caught on immediately. Feng Yang still wanted to partner with carriers, the only way to expand his business network. That's fine, release a version for that region and supply it exclusively. That would keep data tracking clear. Different phone versions allowed for market price adjustments and would avoid accusations of price gouging. Higher price points work better. We don't need the low-end market. Feng Yang broke it down simply. People who could afford it would buy. Those who couldn't wouldn't, even at rock-bottom prices. If paying customers noticed a price drop, they'd back out. Price said a lot. Nobody wanted something they bought to lose value overnight. Agreed. Ditch the low-end market for now. We can always tap it later. Wang Ping'an had plenty of ways to break into the low-end market down the line. After 2 or 3 generations of phone development, the original high-end models would drop in price anyway. That was the trend. Times changed, and their tech kept advancing. Let's kick things off in the next couple of days. I don't want to stress about it longer than necessary. With Jacqueline stirring up trouble, Wang Ping'an wanted to accelerate the groundwork. Time was short. They needed to lock in their relationships and networks before she conceded. That would spare them a lot of headaches. Got it, Mr. Wang. Don't worry, Feng Yang replied. All the plans launched at once. Nothing to worry about from start to finish. Wang Ping'an had everything under control. For now, at least. There was nothing to stress over. One of the merchants spoke up. We're making our move. Wang Ping'an has already gathered a lot of us. These business groups were all about profit. They thought differently from everyone else. Mr. Wang can give us supply channels and resources that Jacqueline can't. So in this business showdown, I'm on Mr. Wang's side. Everyone echoed the same sentiment. Wang Ping'an's influence was simply too massive. Another boss stepped forward. "Mr. Wang, can we get those market shares? We could become franchisees or your channel partners." It was a solid proposal. It would consolidate his power and give these guys great returns, but Wang Ping'an didn't agree right away. Instead, he invited them to join his business alliance. "Everything you mentioned can be arranged, but I think we should be friends, not just business partners." The bosses were thrilled. From now on, they were ready for anything and would follow Wang Ping'an's lead. The next morning, Jacqueline slashed her product prices to 1/10. Sure enough, Macau went wild. Aside from regular suppliers, scalpers and resellers swarmed in. The tens of thousands of units she released sold out instantly. To them, it was a goldmine, nothing they couldn't handle. A deal was a deal, and they knew not to complicate it. The local dealers understood that perfectly. All the local makeup inventory is cleared out, Louise said. "Jacqueline's probably coming to see you. Our factories have already started rushing production." Rushing production no matter the cost. She's trying to destabilize the market. Wang Ping'an smiled faintly. None of this surprised him. In fact, it would just speed up Jacqueline's collapse. "Are our gift boxes ready? Launch the membership system and discount campaign." He told them to stick to the original marketing plan, a special batch of 1,000 units, first come, first served, one per customer. The gift set price was 3,000. Not too steep, but enough to get everyone to spend. And this batch of makeup was from the mainland, brand new to the overseas market. 3,000. Louise was puzzled. Isn't that too low? She thought the samples alone were worth far more. "No, it's not low at all." Wang Ping'an smiled calmly. He had to be careful with how he played this. Greedy moves could backfire. He didn't want a market he'd built to collapse overnight. "This Wang Ping'an is driving me crazy." Jacqueline was furious when she heard he'd raised prices. How could he do that under pressure? Instead of dropping prices, he jacked them up. And to top it off, he announced only 1,000 units. But the line in Macau stretched from the store all the way across the plaza. There were way more than 1,000 people. The limited price of 3,000 had already been scalped to 6,000, and no one was selling. Jacqueline gritted her teeth, her arrogant face falling. "Looks like we really are going to lose this time. Tell Wang Ping'an to stop. We don't need the factories to keep producing." Half an hour later, she got the report. This clearance sale had lost them tens of millions in just 2 days. The scalpers alone had hoarded more than their entire inventory. "Most of the distributors have ended their partnerships with us," her deputy said. "They think we're frauds. Call Wang Ping'an, tell him to get over here." Jacqueline couldn't stay seated. She knew what would happen if this got out. She couldn't risk it. Even if it meant handing over her business, she wouldn't let it die in her hands. Chen Cheng had never been the type to turn down a free offer, especially not one that fell right into his lap. And honestly, the local cosmetics industry wouldn't stand a chance against his products anyway. What surprised him was the way she'd handled the whole thing. Not nearly as aggressive as he'd expected. "So if I say no, does your entire industry go under?" He smiled, tossing the question back at Jacqueline. "Exactly. I'm not asking for pity, but right now, you need the Macau name. And I'm not here to play games. I lost fair and square." Jacqueline still held herself like a woman in charge, even though the ground was shifting beneath her. Then I'll take it off your hands reluctantly, though I have to ask, how exactly do you plan to clear the path for me? Do you even know what industries I want to move in? His tone stayed light, but the question cut deep. She had no idea, and it showed. You're just in cosmetics, aren't you? That should be enough. Especially with all those socialites backing you. She wasn't entirely wrong. Remove the scalpers from the equation, and Chen Cheng effectively controlled the Macau market. No company could touch his position there. That was the part she'd miscalculated. Telecommunications, mobile electronics, food. Those are the things Louise can't greenlight, but you can. He laid it out for her that as long as manufacturing met international standards and specs, he wanted to launch his products in Macau without a single barrier. It would boost infrastructure and tech progress. No downside, so he wanted her to take this seriously. It wasn't a small decision. Give me some time to think. No one's ever been bold enough to attempt something like this on Macau soil. She wasn't exaggerating. Anyone who tried would have to be out of their mind. Take all the time you need, but time doesn't wait. You don't want me taking over a dead industry, do you? Chen Cheng raised an eyebrow, a slight edge in his voice. He could tell Jacqueline didn't want the Macau cosmetics brand to collapse. Even if he bought it, pivoting was the smarter move. If they could get those production lines running again, it would solve a massive employment problem. And for tax revenue, it was a no-brainer. I know what you're thinking, and I can work with that, but let's be clear, if you open the door, I pay for everything, full fees, every procedure done by the book. Chen Cheng wasn't some shady operator. Every step had to be transparent. Otherwise, the whole thing would blow up in his face later. He'd seen too many people torch a winning hand by cutting corners. Fine. But if you pull anything, if your operations so much as hiccup, I'll be the first one reporting you and shutting the whole thing down. Jacqueline's voice had steel in it. No one wanted to land in that kind of trouble. Don't worry. As long as you give the green light, there won't be any scandals. Chen Cheng had absolute faith in his own systems. If he hadn't been meticulous from the start, the entire business plan would have collapsed already. He built things this way precisely so nothing could go wrong. What truly shocked Jacqueline, though, was the price tag he attached to every product to differentiate the versions. He'd deliberately set Macau supply chain costs several times higher than the Malay region prices. Mr. Chen, this is outrageous. She glared at the report in her hands, fury lacing every word. Nothing outrageous about it. If you price things at Malay rates, their phones won't be able to access your communication bands. Chen Cheng shrugged. That meant collaborating with Macau's telecom carriers to develop chips for new frequency bands, an expense that wasn't small. Every phone in the Macau version would need custom hardware, and he wasn't even mentioning the R&D costs yet. Fine. I can accept that. But why are your food products more expensive than they are in Malay? Jacqueline was livid now. A single roll could cost tens of dollars. Did he think Macau was paved with gold? Imported goods are never the same as local products. If it weren't an import, I wouldn't dare raise the price. The brand reputation speaks for itself. If there's no distinction, how would anyone know it came from somewhere else? Chen Cheng didn't see anything wrong with his pricing. The problem, if any, was Jacqueline's perspective. Sure, Those numbers looked steep when converted to Malar currency. But if you ignored the exchange rate, he was selling at a fair price. You couldn't sell something for $1 at home and then sell it for the same amount overseas. That would be pennies. It simply didn't work. He wouldn't accept that, so agree or don't. That's up to you. Whether it sells or not is up to the consumers. Am I wrong? He'd made his point. No one was forcing a purchase. He wanted her to think it through carefully. Every move was deliberate. Not long ago, he wouldn't have bothered with this kind of negotiation at all. As a legitimate businessman, don't paint me as some criminal. I can agree. Jacqueline had no choice but to give in. Chen Cheng's logic had left her completely speechless. She still hadn't figured out how she'd ended up tangled with this impossible man. Thank you very much. I think we can work quite well together. Chen Cheng wasn't stingy. He gave her a 5% stake. That meant for every sale of these industries across Macau, Jacqueline would receive a 5% dividend. It was a generous move, one that would keep others from getting jealous or scheming behind his back. As soon as the executives and nobles realized Jacqueline was his partner, they'd shut down any ugly plans. Sure, she wasn't the most powerful figure around. At best, she was a lady with influence over market decisions, but not many people dared to cross her. Today's a good day. Let me take you out for dinner. Chen Cheng smiled and gestured for her to stand. Even though she was old enough to be his aunt, he still had to be a gentleman. I thought you were taking me somewhere special. This is just Western food. Jacqueline shot Wang Ping'an a look. She was clearly sick of the same old thing. Relax. This place just opened. You haven't tried it yet. Wang Ping'an smiled and signaled the waiter to bring out every new item. The drinks were the real hook. What would you like to drink, sir? The waiter asked. 2 strawberry sparkling waters. That was Feng Yang's latest creation, and it had been killing it on the mainland. Most people thought it was just strawberry jam and soda water, nothing special. But the sea salt gave it an unexpected kick. Terrific taste. The food that followed was solid too, based on early feedback. Wang Ping'an wasn't exaggerating. This menu was going to dominate. All this junk food? Jacqueline's voice sharpened. She rarely touched fried stuff. Call it the enemy of your diet if you want, but I'm telling you, these products sell like crazy worldwide. Wang Ping'an told her she needed to keep up with global trends or she'd get left behind. Shut up. You're the first man I've met who talks more than I do. Are you a broken record? Jacqueline sighed and waited for the food. Since it was fast food, everything arrived in under 5 minutes. Fries, chicken nuggets. Nothing special, just okay. She took a few bites. It tasted the same as always, though maybe a little crispier. She couldn't bring herself to finish the rest, but when the new roasted chicken landed on the table, she perked up. Use the gloves, this one's all yours. Wang Ping'an smiled. The sauce was a sweet blend he'd sourced from Feng Mingdong, way better than anything you'd find at a regular spot. And this item was the top seller on the mainland. Even though it had just launched, it was already eating up market share. The flavor was good. Jacqueline had no complaints. She finished quickly. Only the fries and nuggets sat there untouched. Once she was satisfied, sipping her drink and resting, Wang Ping'an had the waiter bring out dessert. Try some. It's tiramisu, you know what that is. Jacqueline gave him a suspicious glance but gave in. The top layer was dark chocolate, and when she broke into it, the center oozed out. chocolate lava cake with ice cream tiramisu perfect combo. Feng Yang had nailed this wonder so far. The new items were easy to sell. One question: who came up with all this? If you want to make it long-term in Macau, you're set. Jacqueline was genuinely interested now. This stuff could hook her. My partner did. But tell me, do you think Macau consumers will go for it? Wang Ping'an smiled, waiting for her honest opinion. Yeah, they will, but don't bother with the regular items. I'm not into them. Jacqueline still rejected the basics. He couldn't just drop them because of her, though a lot of people liked those. To cater to everyone. Wang Ping'an kept a full menu, front and back, dozens of options. Combo deals made it cheaper too, giving workers a better choice. Alright, I'm done. Send me a phone sometime. I'll handle the rest. Jacqueline grabbed her bag and started to leave. Wang Ping'an shook his head. He couldn't just give away phones unless she became Macau's brand ambassador. Then he could provide them free of charge. You never do anything without getting something in return. Fine, I'll do it. Let me play model for a bit. The deal was set. It wasn't huge progress, but at least Jacqueline's attitude had shifted. For Wang Ping'an, it was worth it. Every step he needed to take in Macau was now moving forward. That evening, Wang Ping'an held a short meeting at his base. He needed a systematic plan for all the businesses about to enter Macau. Tomorrow, Hugh will contact Jacqueline to discuss the endorsement. She agreed. Hugh was thrilled. Having Lady Jacqueline herself step forward carried more influence than someone like Louise. Besides, their phones targeted business users. This gave them a friendlier image. What about the tablets? Launch here? Hugh was eager. Global launch. No market gets left out. Wang Ping'an wasn't one for marketing tricks that hurt customer trust. He wanted everything out at once, to see how high the first wave of hype could go. His stores wouldn't jack up prices either. Got it. I'll arrange it now. Hugh rushed off to find a PR team and planners. Even though Jacqueline was doing this pro bono, they still had to treat her right. She was a big name. They couldn't be rude. I tried Old Feng's fried chicken today. Not bad. Start looking for property in Macau. Secure it before purchase restrictions kick in. Wang Ping'an asked Feng Yang how many stores he was planning. The man laughed. 5 in the first batch, 30 in the second. Feng Yang had everything set. He just needed the go-ahead from Wang Ping'an to start. Good. Hire locals. Make sure health permits and food safety are tight. Wang Ping'an didn't demand much, just paperwork and safety. He trusted Feng Yang with the rest. That leaves you guys. Dongni, have you studied Macau's jewelry market? Wang Ping'an saved this for last. Dongni's team had a tougher job. The jewelry market in Macau was a mess, since none of the gems were sourced locally. They're sinking a fortune into import costs. Even with top design teams and skilled craftsmen, the prices just keep climbing. Nothing we can do about that. The cost of living here is through the roof. You really want to undercut them? Dongni said it with a wry smile. He was worried that kind of move would piss off the locals. Truth was, if they entered the market at standard rates, they'd still blow the competition out of the water. Macau already marked prices up 40% across the board. That was massive. You know the gold rate, you know the labor costs, everything else is the finished product price. Chen Cheng laid out the strategy. Follow Macau's pricing trend. If they raise, we raise, just not the full 40%. 30. That way, when Macau eventually dropped prices, he could match them with other product lines. In his words, give customers their money's worth, but don't go overboard. Got it. I'll have the team jump on it. Dongmi nodded and hurried out. He'd actually been digging into something that might interest Chen Cheng. The Macau Jewelry Association, you should check it out when you get a chance. What even was that place? Chen Cheng muttered to himself. He'd never heard of it, but after asking around, he learned it was a big deal, at least among the socialite crowd. Looks like fate's pulling me into this circle after all. Chen Cheng smiled with a touch of resignation. At least familiar faces would make business easier. Sure enough, the moment he pulled up to the association, the staff recognized him immediately. Mr. Chen, right this way. Apparently, he was a household name all over Macau. Hardly anyone didn't know who he was. No need to make a fuss. I'm just an ordinary businessman. He gave a faint smile. The association itself felt more like an upscale jewelry market. Big-name brands crammed into every corner. Expensive stuff, but the fact that they had a steady stream of customers proved the craftsmanship was solid. Mr. Chen, come take a look. These pieces are fresh off the line, truly top-notch. The association head sounded more like a salesman, never dropping the product pitch. Chen Cheng cut straight to the chase. I'll be direct with you. I'm bringing my own jewelry brand into this association, full membership. What do you think? The man clearly hadn't expected that. He stood there, stunned for a solid moment. I think it's a brilliant move. If Mr. Chen enters the market, things will definitely shake up. Flattery came easy. Given Chen Cheng's reputation, his products would be unmatched. Anything else needed? I want in now, and our collection launches tomorrow. Chen Cheng explained that all his jewelry already carried brand marks and batch numbers. No paperwork headaches. The brick-and-mortar stores were ready. Once he was in the association, everything else would fall into place. Then we'll follow your lead. I'll process your membership application immediately. The head worked fast. There was no way he'd drag his feet with someone like Chen Cheng. The application just meant filling out forms, then handing over copies of the brand authorization and business license. Same procedure as anywhere. Then submit the store location and operating permit for review. The review cycle is 24 hours. You'll get the notice tonight. Smiling, the head led Chen Cheng into the lounge. The coffee and pastries were decent. All right, I'll have a look around. Might as well see if I recognize any faces. The second Chen Cheng stepped inside, he spotted the socialites. They were all clustered together, showing off their latest finds. Mr. Chen, come tell us what you think of our jewelry. They clearly hungered for his approval. In their eyes, he was a fashion heavyweight. Not great. These pieces are outdated. You should look at the mainland. Their style has been crushing this stuff for decades. He wasn't exaggerating. His wife's designs had already been adopted across Europe and the US. Those were the real trendsetters. What he saw here was all mass-produced from the same molds, different colors here and there, but nothing innovative. Here's our current catalog. Take a look. Chen Cheng pulled 3 books from his hand. Each one contained dozens of designs, high-resolution color photos shot from every angle, professionally lit, every detail razor-sharp. Are these really yours? The socialites went wild. They gasped when they saw the gold purity and diamond sizes listed in the specs. Real data. Macau jewelry never disclosed that kind of information. Just a small thing. The real question is whether you like them. He smiled easily. Any design they liked, they could keep an eye out. Sales officially started tomorrow. The prices were very competitive. On top of that, a one-time membership fee of 10,000 got you a lifetime 10% discount to Tio Chen Cheng. That discount was pocket change. But the membership fees themselves gave him early capital. A fair deal for customers, and as long as enough people signed up, he had zero worries. Even better, he could use that customer base to blanket the entire jewelry market. No one had ever done it this way. He was simply laying the groundwork for private customization. Mr. Chen, if we have our own ideas, can you make them happen? One socialite pointed to the last page. Custom orders accepted. Absolutely. If you can imagine it, we can craft it. He told them this model was already trending overseas. Standard designs couldn't satisfy everyone anymore, so they'd opened up private customization. The fees were higher. Naturally. They'd have to create molds from scratch, but it wasn't widely available yet. Perfect. We'll be at your store tomorrow. The socialites were buzzing with excitement. These women had serious family money. Pulling that off wouldn't be a problem for them. Their buying power was staggering. Chen Cheng couldn't help but be impressed. The first foreign jewelry brand to set up shop in Macau, and the grand opening was a spectacle. Dongni had personally signed the models. Each one had gorgeous hands, elegant necks, the kind of features that made rings and pendants impossible to ignore. It worked. Diamonds ranged from half a carat to 3 carats. The market here was massive. If you didn't show up with serious firepower, Macau wouldn't know what you were made of. I have to admit, even as an outsider, this is impressive, Louise said. She smiled wryly. She couldn't deny the temptation. Who wouldn't feel it? Everyone wants to own fine jewelry, men and women alike, so I've designed packages specifically for the elite. Wang Ping'an said that he understood Macau's rigid social ladder. He could position these pieces as top-tier status symbols representing rank and prestige. They'd carry an impact money alone couldn't buy. The key was that every piece met exacting standards. Adding a little sparkle to people's lives was always a good thing. We've got over 100 pieces on display. Ready-to-wear comes in standard sizes. Custom orders will take time. Wang Ping'an hadn't mass-produced every accessory in every size. I never knew you had this in you. I underestimated you, Louise said, buzzing with excitement as she merged into the crowd of shoppers. The first buyer was a socialite from the Chamber of Commerce. When she saw the price, she froze. That quality level, it was the cheapest deal in the entire chamber. Even her current collection couldn't compare. This is practically a steal. She slipped the diamond ring onto her finger and stared at it in disbelief. Standard pricing. What matters isn't the cost, it's that you love it. That makes us happy, Dongni said, greeting customers with a smile. The store was busier than any of their locations worldwide. If every store operated like this, we'd overtake all your mainland companies within a month. Dongni wasn't exaggerating. Without this market, they'd never have imagined Macau could outperform everywhere else. You'd need that kind of buying power first. Without these customers, No amount of product matters. Wang Ping'an said that he understood. Most industries faced the same reality. Without proper marketing and the right market, everything felt hopeless, but if you found that market and seized the opportunity, everyone came out on top. That wasn't an exaggeration, it was just how things worked. You're right, Macau is a golden place. By the end of the day, they'd sold 100 pieces at retail. But orders had already shot past 1,000. Some merchants wanted to place bulk orders on the spot. Wang Ping'an had his own factories and assembly lines, far more convenient than importing from abroad for OEM orders. Take them all. Offer competitive pricing. But no cutting corners, and no copying our existing designs. Wang Ping'an laid it out. That would prevent knockoffs. It also meant clients had to provide their own blueprints to get the benefit. No designs, no deal. Simple. Their brand couldn't be dragged down. We can accept that. As long as you supply us, we're happy. The merchants agreed. They wanted lower wholesale prices, custom work or not. They were satisfied. Then we're set. If you want custom pieces, that's fine too. Work out the pricing with Dongni. Wang Ping'an said it like it was no big deal, but expanding his empire, that was everything. Things are looking good, so at least we've captured the market. Macau's growth exceeded Wang Ping'an's expectations. He hadn't imagined reaching this peak so quickly. It's faster than breaking into other regions. Plus, our jewelry already has serious global recognition, Dongni said, buttering him up a little. He wasn't wrong. Dongni felt proud of his choices. Think about the next moves. Open branch stores as fast as possible. Old Jiang's already taken over a dozen cities. Old Jiang moved faster than anyone, buying land, starting renovations. Fried chicken didn't need frills. High foot traffic and steady spending were all it took. This was budget dining, not fine cuisine. You couldn't jack up the prices. Even if you wanted to charge more, you couldn't. How can I compare to him? He's insane, Dongni said. In Dongni's eyes, old Jiang was a complete madman. Only a fool would try to keep up. If Dongni had any less ambition, he wouldn't even be thinking about expanding into Macau. Come on. There's plenty you can learn from old Jiang. Don't let your ego get too big. Wang Ping'an clapped Dongni on the shoulder. He needed healthy competition. As long as the rivalry kept going, his market would keep growing. International business was like that. At first, he'd thought it would be tough resistance everywhere, but in reality, nothing to worry about. When there was profit for everyone, nobody got in the way. Only idiots fight against money, right? Wang Ping'an smiled as he drove toward the coast. He'd just gotten a call from Pierre. The initial beachfront facilities were ready. Yachts, speedboats, the beach construction itself, everything was on schedule. The interior's not done yet. Even if we open, it won't work, Wang Ping'an said with a laugh. Even if they rushed, they had to think about whether everything else could keep up. That was the reality. Without the right conditions, you couldn't pull it off. You're right, but if we keep it closed too long, customers might get impatient. The beachfront was his, bought from Louise. Keeping it shut down like this felt a little eccentric. All right. Let's get a couple of helicopters. Chen Cheng knew helicopter tours would be a huge draw along the coastline. The entertainment facilities weren't finished yet, But the scenery was still stunning. They could circle the whole island under these conditions. All it took was money, 5,000 for the experience. That works. It'll pull in plenty of tourists, and with our speedboat rentals, we'll make a solid profit. Pierre couldn't help but admire Chen Cheng's resourcefulness. The man was incredible. Without his ideas, Pierre would have had no clue how to maximize their assets. Clearly, every move was on point. Plenty of Australian travel enthusiasts would be eager to try it out. With the beach development still to come, it would never get stale. Then open up half of it. The coastal entertainment zone isn't here anyway. Chen Cheng had originally designated half the area as a public turtle beach, free for people to enjoy. The other half was where the real spending would happen. Now he just needed to move the yachts over, and water sports could start immediately. Everything was ready. There was no other option. I'll arrange a few cruise ships and park them offshore. The island's development is basically done. Pierre was buzzing. This meant their entire marine economy could get rolling. Say that again. Chen Cheng blinked, catching something big in Pierre's words. I said we're still working with the island. The island, that small island near the coast, built for tourism. Chen Cheng had visited it before, but there was nothing there. A barren wasteland. Why bother developing that? Tell Louise if the island's no good, I'll just buy it outright. Chen Cheng's voice was bold. Buying an island wasn't a big deal to him. Money well spent. No worries. Alright, I'll contact Louise right away. Pierre was taken aback. He hadn't expected Chen Cheng to pull a move like that. An island's price tag wasn't like a development cost, it was steep. Even a small one was worth several $100 million. Probably more. When Pierre got Louise on the line, her reaction was immediate. Are you sure? Let me talk to Chen Cheng. Louise was direct. She sucked in a sharp breath. Chen Cheng really did whatever popped into his head. She couldn't keep up with his leaps. Chen Cheng took the phone. I just want that island. Development doesn't matter. I'll buy it outright. He was straightforward. Buying it was more cost-effective long-term. He'd secure decades of rights, maybe even permanent ownership, which was more convenient than in Australia. The island's price is 700 million yuan in Australian dollars. That's just over 200 million. Are you sure? Louise said. That's not much. I'll buy it, handle the contracts and everything. I'm set on this. Chen Cheng's tone was firm. He wanted it done fast. He didn't like missing opportunities. It made everything pointless. Don't worry. I'll take care of it personally. Louise didn't hesitate. She started contacting specialists right away. Since Chen Cheng had asked, she'd make sure it happened, no matter what. The final price settled at 600 million yuan. The owner refused to negotiate further, insisting it was a steal. No problem. I'll take it. Chen Cheng transferred the funds to Louise and told her to manage the operation properly. When he visited the island again, the entertainment facilities had been completely dismantled. Louise's doing. Now that Chen Cheng owned the island, the previous operators had zero say. They just had to handle the compensation. Prioritize the dock. Everything else comes second. I want hotels, villas, and natural baths across the entire island. Chen Cheng told Pierre they needed to finish within 2 weeks. The larger projects could take up to 3 months. Basic infrastructure and retail couldn't lag. They'd also start attracting investors. Any interested business owners could come and negotiate partnerships. That's all I needed to hear. I thought you were planning to live here yourself. Pierre chuckled. Chen Cheng had the means to pull this off. The potential investments were massive for Chen Cheng. It wasn't just about cash flow. He needed multiple industries to support the island. 600 million was a lot, but following his plan, the whole project would cost at least 1.5 billion. That was a massive sum, enough to make Tiancheng Bank feel the pinch. 1.5 billion. Good Lord, what is the chairman doing? When the bank's general manager spotted the transaction, he was stunned. The expenditure far exceeded typical investments. He even called to confirm, only for Zhongyi to tell him not to worry. It was her husband's move in Australia. That was when the world took notice of the waters off Australia's coast. Chen Cheng was building a tourism paradise. Bali's got nothing on me. It's still a little behind. Chen Cheng knew places like the Aegean were all hype. He could pull off the same thing. We can create that right now. Let's see what your designers come up with. Pierre burst out laughing. They've been dying to get started. Here are the plans, computer-generated renderings, but they're solid. The top-tier rendering tech made the differences clear for Chen Cheng. Everything was now on the schedule. Put the word out. Any airline that wants to contract our airport can have the deal, on the condition that we use it for free. Chen Cheng smiled faintly. A cost-saving move. He'd take advantage of the situation. The terms were set. Whether they agreed or not was up to them. They'll agree. This is their best shot at capturing tourists, Pierre said. Sure enough, as soon as the news broke, a dozen airlines contacted Pierre with generous offers, and they were willing to pay Chen Cheng. Just as Wang Ping'an got the airport project rolling, a wave of other business owners rushed to jump in. Their idea was simple. They wanted a slot fee. What's a slot fee? Wang Ping'an shot Pierre a confused look. Pierre gave an awkward smile. A slot fee was basically a charge tied to the actual square footage of development on the island. Renting the actual square footage, fine, but I'm not accepting anything else. Wang Ping'an was blunt. He'd paid real money for this island. The areas he hadn't planned out yet could be zoned and leased to them later. Of course, the annual price wasn't cheap. We're talking tens of millions. Anyone who wants in signs a minimum guarantee contract and renews every year. If they don't want to renew, they have 3 days to pack their business and everything else off my island. Wang Ping'an made it clear this point had to be stressed. Better to get the ugly truths out up front. The full layout is still being drafted. If you can't wait, leave now. He wasn't giving them special treatment. It was his island. If they wanted a slice of it, they negotiated with him. And every business had to be retailed. No service industries allowed on the island. That was a hard rule. Basically a monopoly, but hey, he'd paid 6 billion for it. First, we lock down the airport. See which airlines are willing to open direct routes. Wang Ping'an wanted as many domestic direct routes as possible. If the airlines had enough cash to throw around, they could make the whole tourism route profitable. Mr. Wang, how about this? We offer a 5 billion financial injection, plus one exclusive route just for you. The head of Guangmei Airlines slid a proposal across the table. But you still haven't told me how you're handling the domestic and international routes. Wang Ping'an gave a faint smile. He wasn't thinking about just 5 billion. If they gave him enough routes, the money from consumers would more than cover that amount. On the flip side, if he took their 5 billion and the passenger traffic wasn't what he expected, he'd be screwed. So one exclusive route. Everyone else would still come through Ao Island by yacht or cruise. That plan was already clear. There was no other real option. We can't guarantee that right now. Too many cities are involved. The manager launched into an explanation, but Wang Ping'an just waved at Pierre to show them out. A total waste of his time. He never should have entertained that. The next boss was smarter. At least this one understood what Wang Ping'an actually wanted. Here's what we can do. International airlines can handle this. We'll open 4 daily direct routes to the island, plus 1 dedicated non-stop flight from the mainland. That works, but you have to guarantee a flight every day, or at least every 2 days. What Wang Ping'an really wanted was 1 flight per day, all 5 routes loaded with tourists. If the planes flew empty, that was bad for the airline too. Fuel and transport costs weren't cheap. Not every airline could absorb that. The reason international airlines dared to take it on was because they had deep pockets. Without that kind of backing, they wouldn't even try. Also, our boss's offer is 5 billion. Same as theirs. Good. I agree. Build the airport however you see fit. I have only one requirement. The quality has to be solid. Wang Ping'an told the manager that this was an island. The ground wasn't as stable as the mainland, so the foundation had to be done right. If there was an accident, it would cause an international incident. They couldn't walk back. If there's any negligence, I'm terminating the contract immediately. That's in the agreement. And I won't look for another airline. Wang Ping'an gestured for them to read it over and sign if everything looked good. He wasn't in a rush. The airline bosses were the ones who needed to hurry. 5 billion hit his account quickly. No issues there. Mr. Wang, now that the airport is settled, is there anything else we need to worry about? Pierre asked, genuinely curious. As far as he could see, there wasn't much. The zoning was entirely in their construction team's hands. All the engineers were calculating the specific areas and stalls down to the decimal. Developing an entire island wasn't easy. They'd need plenty of ocean view apartments and beachfront villas. What really needed expanding was the island's entertainment industry. That was the top priority. The reason I set such strict limits is to keep them from taking advantage. I'll be charging several billion a year. They won't accept that. Wang Ping'an's real plan was to hike the prices starting the 2nd year. By then, he could name his price. Once the island turned a profit, those bosses would pay tens of billions without blinking for them. The consumers decided the island's revenue. Those tourists were their cash cows, their bread and butter. People who can afford to fly overseas and spend money here aren't nobodies. And don't forget, whether the tourism industry does well or not, it's not our problem. Wang Ping'an only needed to make sure his own assets stayed intact. If other shops made bad bets, that was their problem. Security on the island was also critical. He needed Louise to help him with staffing. They'd need a lot of security personnel. Airport security would have to be local from Ao Island. Louise could handle that easily. By the way, Mr. Wang, Jacqueline wants you to come to the estate for dinner tonight. Louise told him it wasn't just Jacqueline's request. It came from the higher-ups above the Baroness. So I get to rub elbows with the upper crust again. Wang Ping'an couldn't help but laugh. Fine, might as well go take a look. If the conversation went sour, he could leave easily enough. Wasting his time was wasting his life. He wasn't about to bet everything on this. Don't worry. We'll make sure your visit goes smoothly. Louise reminded him to watch his language this time. The people he'd meet were dukes and counts. Basically, if he wanted to expand in the business world, he needed their approval. It was an unavoidable step. I get it. I know how to handle people. Don't worry. Wang Ping'an gave a light smile and told Louise they could head out. They were on their way to Count Jacqueline's estate. The Jacqueline family was massive, and the most powerful figure was the Count himself, Lady Jacqueline's father. Very few people ever received a title. They were one of the rare families, and they held serious influence over all of Ao Island. Honestly, before we came, I kept wondering what to bring. At this point, I might as well grab a couple of milk cartons and call it a day. Wang Ping'an told Louise that was how he handled visits, simple, practical. But even as he said it, he'd tucked a handful of high-clarity diamonds into his pocket. Those were potential investments. If they could open doors, every dime was worth it. Every move Wang Ping'an made was calculated. If he couldn't reach his goal, he wouldn't bother making the move at all. Granting Wang Ping'an the title of honorary merchant of Ao Island, isn't that against protocol? A handful of nobles huddled together. As far as they knew, no foreigner had ever been given that honor. And what would you propose instead? Who else is qualified to do the job? Count Jacqueline fixed them with a cold stare. You're all experienced players. How can you not see something this obvious? His voice dripped with frustration. Their attitude clearly did not sit well with him. In the end, the compromise they settled on was to grant Wang Ping'an that title. Nothing more, nothing less. Soon, Louise escorted Wang Ping'an inside. She greeted the nobles with practiced courtesy. As the youngest person in the room, with a lower title, basic manners came first. You must be Wang Ping'an. Count Jacqueline. It's a pleasure to meet you. Wang Ping'an shook his hand with an easy smile. The casual greeting was his way of building rapport. The truth was, business was the same everywhere. No cutthroat scheming, just collaboration, constant deals, constant profit. That was the only way to last. Wang Ping'an knew that even if he didn't approach them, they'd eventually come to him. Merchants held a unique status these days, the kind that could carry you places you never imagined. Please, no need to stand on ceremony, Mr. Wang. This is just a casual meal. The main purpose is your merchant evaluation. Count Jacqueline explained that they'd decided to award Wang Ping'an the title of honorary merchant of Ao Island. From this point forward, any enterprise or storefront under Wang Ping'an's name would receive special consideration from the island. More importantly, in future business evaluations, Wang Ping'an's products would be prioritized as Ao Island's exclusive suppliers. You understand, Ao Island may be a single landmass, but it's packed with cities. With this title, you can cover the whole territory quickly and painlessly. It's not complicated. Without that title, the Count added, no amount of money could grease every wheel. That was the truth. With that badge, Wang Ping'an would be treated well wherever he went. Without it, acquisitions or investments would be a nightmare. On someone else's turf, they made the rules. He'd have zero leverage. Then we'll leave it there. Time to eat. The hierarchy on AO Island was strict, but whether by accident or design, they gave Wang Ping'an a seat just below the host, second only to the head of the table. By rank or status, he plainly didn't deserve it. The other nobles burned with jealousy. Dukes and viscounts were seated behind him. Mr. Wang, they say you're a business prodigy. I wonder, do you have any ideas to reshape the market economy here? I'm a businessman myself. I assume you've heard. Wang Ping'an had done his homework. Jacqueline herself ran a cosmetics brand he'd already picked up for free, but that was beside the point. Her father oversaw AO Island's urban development, a mix of bidding and commercial management. That depends on how much authority you have, and which city we're building next. Wang Ping'an said he'd already set his sights on the coastal district, which was already in motion. If they wanted him to invest elsewhere, he'd need a proper evaluation. Honestly, AO Island was a goldmine. It wasn't like the places he'd been before, resource-rich but with lower consumption here. Spending power was insane. A single socialite could outspend dozens of regular people, and their appetite for buying seemed bottomless. That alone made Wang Ping'an very happy. Without this opportunity, how could he work the business ecosystem here? Clearly, fate had handed him a chance to partner with Count Jacqueline. Count, if you're taking the lead, then I think we've got something worth pursuing. Money isn't the issue, it's all about the industry outlook. Wang Ping'an smiled and took a sip of red wine. Not be a tea, least he could stomach it. Industry outlook, well said. To be honest, I have a piece of land in mind. We're the ones setting the bidding terms. If you come on board, I'll give you that opportunity. Count Jacqueline had the authority to make that call. The arrangement was simple. Wang Ping'an put up the money, and the internal decision would tip in his favor. After all, selling him a favor cost nothing. Other people's money was still money, and Wang Ping'an's was no different. When the others heard that, they all understood the Count's game, so that was his angle. No wonder he'd treated Wang Ping'an so well. The whole thing was to benefit his own enterprise. Let me be direct, if you're in, nobody can change that plan. The Count leaned forward, afraid Wang Ping'an might refuse. He even offered to sign an official AO Island document. It's not that. It's just that jumping into this so suddenly puts a lot of pressure on my finances. What if AO Island provided some financial assistance? Wang Ping'an smiled lightly. His proposal was simple. The island government would give him 30% financial backing, and he'd repay it within 10 years. Well, that's, honestly, in all his years in business, the Count had never heard of anything like it. Mr. Wang, you must be joking. How could you possibly be short of money? I genuinely don't have it. This deal is different from what I expected, but if it goes through, I can promise a full return on your investment. Wang Ping'an said that was the only certainty he could offer. Nothing else mattered. The bottom line was simple. It was up to the Count. If he agreed, they'd move forward. If not, forget it. He didn't have time to wait. All right, I agreed. I'll get in touch with the bank immediately. Chen Cheng wasn't short on money. Anyone with eyes could see that, and Count Jacqueline knew it too. The man was clearly angling to pull the Macau government into the deal. Still, he came in good faith. At least he'd promised to pay within 10 years. No interest. 10-year term, interest-free. But you give us 10% of the equity. That's not unreasonable, is it? Count Jacqueline lit a cigarette and watched Chen Cheng with open curiosity. Well, Chen Cheng hesitated, then smiled and nodded. No problem. Even if he gave away more, it wouldn't matter. With the Macau government on board, his whole operation couldn't fail. Besides, his original plan had been to release 30% equity. The Count was playing it safe. Fine. The deal was done. The Count would cover the upfront investment, and 10 years was a long way off. Who knew what could happen by then? Did he give you a hard time? Louise hurried over the moment Chen Cheng stepped out. She'd been worried the Count would pull some stunt. The man was obsessed with business and economics, a money-crazed lunatic. No, he approved a 30% allocation, 10-year installments, interest-free. Chen Cheng gave a dismissive smile. What more proof of sincerity did he need? The Count had shown plenty of respect, and his other industries could diversify now. That was the best possible outcome. Good. I thought he'd make trouble. Louise exhaled. Everyone said Count Jacqueline was impossible to deal with. The whole episode drove home a point for Chen Cheng that he needed to take a hard look at Macau's market economy. This bid was for a piece of land to develop, which worked well for the Count but wouldn't do much for the broader market. Profits in the commercial sector came mostly from rent, but who could afford his rent? If he was going to do this, he had to change everything around, turn it into Macau's most powerful integrated entertainment and commercial center. And it couldn't be outdated. If healthy competition got shut down, no amount of money could fix it. That wasn't fear-mongering. It was common sense. Once you finalize your locations, clear out all the branches and move them into the mall. Anyone originally within the whole commercial area relocate. Chen Cheng spread the map wide. The entire red zone would hold a 5-story commercial development. Looking at the coverage and impact radius, no branches could operate within a kilometer of this spot. Good thing we didn't sign. That would have been a nightmare. Zhu Kaiyang tossed a contract onto the table. It had arrived that afternoon, but he'd held off. Send it back. No contract signed, no big deal. Chen Cheng told them this was different from before. They didn't have many opportunities, but if they pushed this to the limit, the trouble would be enormous. They gave us money and a green light, but the surrounding commercial area is lousy. This one place rising up would stick out like a sore thumb. Chen Cheng put it bluntly. If they didn't plan the surroundings, the whole development wouldn't matter. The environment was too shabby to make any real impact. Also, we can start moving our auto market in early. Get in touch with the mainland and develop export models. Chen Cheng explained that export models would differ from the mainland versions, different driver positions, plus the upgraded versions would use paddle shifters. You're going high-end? Zhu Kaiyang sucked in a sharp breath. Chen Cheng had never mentioned this before. We can do high-end. Our top engine hasn't even launched yet. Why let research gather dust in a warehouse when they had the resources to go big? In fact, there'd been a hiccup when the auto industry tried to enter Macau. Air freight hadn't gone smoothly because the airport wouldn't clear it. Count Jacqueline had to step in to resolve it. From then on, Chen Cheng's reputation spread across Macau. Nobody dares underestimate Chen Cheng. Ask him if he wants a joint venture. We could set up a joint venture car company right here in Macau. Some nobles were already getting restless. They wanted a piece of the action, and pure imports were a hassle. How much equity are you looking at for a joint venture? I don't have that much cash, you know I go with my gut. Chen Cheng kept his cards close. A joint venture would mean slashing the specs in half. He didn't want that, so he emphasized that import and joint venture models wouldn't differ much, same power, same features, they'd only be adjusted on the fundamentals. Imported cars would remain mainland models, but the joint venture, logically, would become foreign models 50-50 split. Half each. What do you think, Mr. Chen? If you're okay with it, we can start drafting a contract. The other party watched Chen Cheng's expression. If he said no, they'd back off, but if he agreed, they'd do whatever it took to make it work. I have no objections, you guys decide. Chen Cheng answered without much thought. He added that safety inspections for the joint venture cars would have to be done in Macau, and if they wanted to move forward, they'd need to build a factory and roll out a network of auto shops. Businesses were sprouting like mushrooms after rain. Chen Cheng hadn't expected these models to multiply so fast. It was dozens of times quicker than his previous pace. Even other industrial parks couldn't match Macau's speed. People hadn't been open to global commerce for long, but they could see the benefits. Oh, and the southern part of Macau offered us a harbor. Their director said we could use it as an inland transit hub if we needed to build. The harbor wasn't crucial for Chen Cheng. It was better to blanket the entire area around Macau with his own tourism projects. Least theme parks would cover the ground. One beach was enough. The situation is, we've got money and ideas, but not enough designers. Pierre smiled bitterly. Every designer in Macau had been pulled into the island development project. Then bring them in from overseas. Malar, Europe, if they're qualified and hungry, they can come. Wang Ping'an had zero problem with outside help. It was a straight trade. He paid, they worked. Nothing wrong with that. If anything, he was building a massive stable of commercial talent under his own roof. Any company on the planet would kill for that kind of resource. He looked at Pierre. Same salary terms as our Love Island engineers. Tell them there's room to move up. Everything he planned to build next relied on these people. He wanted them folded into his and Pierre's operation. That would lock in the talent with no leaks. Top talent was magnetic, and no boss ever turned down great people. Meanwhile, the Malar design team had already departed right up until they got forcibly stopped at sea. The reason? Someone in Malar didn't want them leaving. Anything tied to Wang Ping'an's projects gets blocked. Not one person moves. Is becoming a direct threat to our whole business ecosystem. More and more people were catching on. A coalition of business leaders, with Keynes at the center, called an emergency meeting. The goal was simple: contain Wang Ping'an. They couldn't hit him directly, but if they choked off his supply lines, anyone with eyes could see what he was doing on Love Island. These specialists were his trump cards. If they were held back, those cards never landed in his hand. He could grind his teeth all he wanted. It wouldn't matter. Mr. Wang, Chief Engineer Iverson just radioed Keynes and the Malar Business Association. Have them detained. They're asking for help. Pierre delivered the message without sugarcoating it. If they couldn't break this loose, the entire Love Island timeline might have to freeze. Wang Ping'an let out a dry smile. Yeah, they yanked the rug out. Sloppy. Didn't see that coming. He'd seriously underestimated their reaction speed. If he'd known it would blow up like this, he wouldn't have been so loud with the announcement. But if they wanted to burn that bridge, fine, that he wouldn't let a single piece of Malar talent slip away. Pull up every major project Malar has coming, he ordered. Anything inside our sphere, lock them in with better benefits and perks. He was about to demonstrate exactly what happened when you crossed him. His industries were already self-sufficient. These new development models just needed specialized brains that made Malar's restrictions nearly useless. They had no other leverage to grip, put the word out. Any businessman who doesn't want to stay in Malar, Love Island will give them full backing. News burned fast when temperatures were this high. Jacqueline couldn't stay silent any longer. She went public and condemned Keynes and the other business representatives for forcibly detaining engineers. Even if they could shrug off the pressure for a while, they weren't built to last, Mr. Keynes. Wang Ping'an just made another move. His openly recruiting talent through the media. The assistant pulled up a video. There was Wang Ping'an on screen. He didn't spell out terms, but anyone who knew about the Malar detentions understood exactly what was happening. The real weapon was the contracts. He had signed agreements with these people. Once those hit the public, amplified by internet pressure, it would crush the other side. That alone was more than they could handle. Wang Ping'an smiled, easy and natural. Crossing me, nothing good comes from that. What era is this? Public opinion alone can bury his reputation. As long as Keynes wasn't a complete idiot, he wouldn't push too far. Pierre spoke up. Mr. Wang, should we squeeze harder? I don't think Keynes folds that easy. Keynes and I have history, Wang Ping'an said. He once mobilized every Malar businessman to freeze me out. That collapsed on its own. He hadn't expected Keynes to come at him again so soon. The man was practically betting his commercial resources. Right now, Keynes was playing with fire. He hadn't thought it through. He just wanted to make Wang Ping'an look bad. Keynes leaned back, smug. That Wang Ping'an is no match for me. I'm doing this to squeeze him. Let's see how he gets what he wants. But while Keynes was congratulating himself, Wang Ping'an's moves had already blanketed the entire Malar business circle. Before the man could even process what was happening, official documents landed in front of him. Keynes, I don't know what you thought you were doing. Release them immediately right now. He assumed it was ordinary paperwork. It wasn't. The matter had officially escalated to the Love Island government level. That can't be right. The people I stopped work for. Wang Ping'an. Keynes frowned, sensing something wrong. This is an official housing project for the Love Island government. They used official hiring letters. Say it again. Tell me it's just Wang Ping'an. The contract spelled everything out in black and white. Jacqueline wasn't leaving them much room to breathe. Just like that, the battle sent Keynes' reputation into a total freefall. From now on, stay out of Wang Ping'an's business. Otherwise, this turns into an international dispute. You're a businessman. You can't afford that. Keynes had no choice but to listen to the officials, no matter how stunned he felt. He just had to swallow it. After more than 10 hours, the experts finally touched down on Love Island. The international airlines representative showed respect by arranging a dedicated plane. No need to land at the standard airport. Thank you, these are all my people. Wang Ping'an smiled and told Pierre to set up a welcome reception. By tomorrow, they could lock in the plan and break ground. Pierre nearly laughed out loud. Keynes has got to be kicking himself. I can already see his face. It's got to be ugly. What had that guy been thinking, going after Wang Ping'an? Anyone with half a working brain knew how Wang Ping'an operated. He never took a risk without a safety net. This was a guaranteed loss from the start. Whether Keynes struggled or fought back, it only led to a total wipeout. Jacqueline gave a faint smile. Looks like the man's still green. He's no match for Wang Ping'an at all. She'd done a small favor this time, nothing worth mentioning. Wang Ping'an wasn't just building his business network. He needed more products in the market, and fast. Food was never the real play, fashion was. The socialites he'd been chasing weren't limited to the coastal city. Macau had a high-end clientele that dwarfed his projections. He couldn't even estimate the number, let alone how much they'd spend. All he could do was shake his head in admiration. Never make a woman unhappy. You can't imagine the lengths she'll go to. He planned to bring in every luxury clothing line, already killing it on the mainland. Prices would mirror the international standard, but he wouldn't inflate them for a cheap profit. Some products could get away with that. This one would backfire if he tried. Mr. Wang, for the clothing line, are we importing or using a contract factory? Pierre needed specifics. He couldn't afford to guess. Contract factory. On the outskirts of Macau. It's just apparel, no heavy pollution, and we're using eco-friendly materials anyway. Wang Ping'an knew the industry had Macau's full support. No red tape, no bad press. Then it's settled. No objections from me. I already spoke with Jacqueline. She's on board too. Pierre had done the legwork, so they didn't waste time circling the same questions. Wang Ping'an didn't have to manage every detail. That was the point of a solid subordinate. Good. And tell the factory to follow international standards. This is luxury, not mass-market junk. The brand was designed for a niche audience, and since many clients wanted customization, they'd offer that too. Bottom line, if you had the money, they'd make it happen. Mr. Wang, you're on a roll. Jacqueline approached with a smile. Launching a clothing brand overnight? Didn't expect you to drop by my little operation. I'm just moving some mainland businesses here to keep busy. His smile was faint. It was the truth. If he wanted to buy up Macau's existing fashion labels, he had plenty to choose from. Don't sell yourself short. Plenty of us are counting on you to make us money. Jacqueline told him the approvals had gone through. Macau was offering a 20% commercial subsidy for each of his new industries. He frowned. What does that mean? Financial support? He'd never heard of a deal like that. More or less, no equity required. Just help us with the labor problem. She made it sound simple. For Wang Ping'an, it was. His new industries could easily absorb Macau's surplus workforce. I can agree to that, but I can't promise the terms will work for everyone. He wouldn't risk his reputation by taking on unqualified people. As long as they had the skills, he'd hire them without hesitation. That's fair. It's business. If you go under, we all look bad. Jacqueline spoke plainly. She mentioned Macau's new policies would be announced in a few days. The commercial sector was set to expand, moving toward global economic integration. Solid news. Whoever implemented it would help Macau's resources grow, boosting his own businesses and tourism along the way. That's great to hear. Best news I've had all day. Wang Ping'an grinned. Join me for a meal? Hold off on the food. Take me to see your jewelry first. You're not going to refuse me a piece, are you? He nodded. It wasn't unreasonable. She'd helped him a lot. What was a little jewelry worth? Take your pick from any of my brands. It was pocket change compared to 30% of the company's shares. The pieces she'd choose wouldn't even register as a drop in the bucket. Fine, I won't bleed you dry. Wouldn't want Mr. Wang to start losing sleep. Jacqueline casually chose a few items, nothing flashy, just a few $1,000s worth. Wrap these for Ms. Jacqueline and have them delivered to her residence. Wang Ping'an didn't ask her to wear them on the spot. Sending them over showed more sincerity. By the way, Wang Ping'an, since you're in luxury goods, what about handbags? Jacqueline tilted her head, genuinely curious. Every woman with status carries a designer bag. Those run anywhere from a few thousand to over $10,000 apiece. Wang Ping'an hadn't even considered it. He let out an awkward laugh. We haven't ventured into that yet, but we will soon. Designer handbags were a massive piece of what women craved. Big brands moved millions of units every year. He'd been blind to the opportunity. Pierre, contact the Corinne Consortium. We're signing a partnership. He didn't hesitate. Co-branded collection first. Buying them outright would bleed too much cash. He had the money, but that didn't mean he could torch it. Once his luxury line reached the right height, those costs wouldn't matter. He'd write them off. Got it. I'll set it up now. In business, Wang Ping'an played smarter than anyone. Even though his label was pinching, the brand partners had to show him respect. 5 minutes later, his phone rang. Mr. Wang, I hear you want to partner with the Corinne Consortium. This is Ul, CEO. Emma.al. That's right. Let's talk face to face. Come to Macau. Dinner's on me. Wang Ping'an's tone was easy, no airs about him. It caught the other man off guard, like they were old friends who hadn't connected in years. No stiffness at all. Alright, I'll head over as soon as I can. The merchants in Macau were already scrambling to please him, all banking on him for profits. Executives waited on edge, desperate for his attention, and he knew it. Ul had a lot of respect for Chen Cheng. After everything that had happened, no businessman in Mela would ever underestimate him again. The rules were clear now. If you wanted to go global, you had to lock in a real partnership with him. Having Macau in his corner was something no one else could replicate. For decades, nobody had pulled it off. Chen Cheng was the first to step up and make it stick. If it works, we're looking at economic globalization. If it doesn't, it spirals into an international disaster. A trade war is off the table. We bring them in, period. When Ul stepped out, he put it to the board. He was the largest shareholder, but even he needed to handle decisions the right way. We have no objections. Whatever you decide, move forward with full confidence. By the time they touched down in Macau, evening was settling in. Chen Cheng had a private car waiting for them right on the tarmac. Mr. Chen didn't route you through the main airport. The drive takes too long. This location is much closer to our office. Pierre smiled as he guided Ul into the car, and they headed toward the hotel. Ul had plenty of time to rest on the flight, so tonight's plan was simple. Dinner. Macau has incredible food. Mr. Chen booked a restaurant. I hope you won't mind. Everyone was being oddly accommodating toward Al. It gave him a whole new perspective on Chen Cheng. Could this mainlander really be that formidable? When they arrived at the hotel, Ul understood immediately why Chen Cheng hadn't met him in person. The table was loaded with heavy hitters. Virtually Chen Cheng's entire executive team sat quietly, waiting for him to appear. Mr. Ul, finally, we meet face to face. I've been looking forward to this. Chen Cheng stood with a smile, shook Ul's hand firmly, and gestured for him to sit. There's an old saying in China. Isn't it a joy to have friends come from afar? So, can I take that to mean you consider me a friend, Mr. Chen? Of course. I treat all my friends with the same respect. Chen Cheng signaled the kitchen to start serving. He twisted open a bottle of liquor and poured baijiu for everyone at the table. It was a mainland ritual as a representative of a country known for its etiquette. Chen Cheng wanted these businessmen to understand his customs. Is this baijiu? Ul frowned. The sharp smell of alcohol felt like it was about to detonate inside his skull. If you want to do business with us in China, you need to learn how to drink. Baijiu is the best way to make friends. Chen Cheng grinned and urged Ul to take a sip. This was the good stuff, and it really was. Shipped by sea from the mainland to Macau, the quality was undeniable. Even the retail price of this baijiu was no joke. Wow, that is harsh. Al knocked back the entire glass in one shot. He stared around the table, baffled that everyone else looked completely unfazed. You don't find that harsh? He asked. Genuinely confused. We only took a small sip. You drank a full glass. That's a different experience. Chen Cheng couldn't hold back a laugh. This Malay guy was entertaining. He clearly knew next to nothing about mainland culture. No matter. Tonight's mission was simple: eat well, drink well. Everything else could wait. The baijiu worked its magic fast. It opened his appetite and gave Ul a sensation he'd never felt before. He turned into a chatterbox. Before I came here, I thought I was prepared for anything. But I never expected you to get me drunk. This hits harder than the strongest vodka I've ever had. Al gave a wry smile. His head was spinning hard. You're just not used to it yet, trust me. Leave the next few days to me. I guarantee you'll never forget them. Chen Cheng already had it mapped out. Sign the contract tomorrow, swap all the resources, then push the distribution channels aggressively. That was the only way to officially launch the co-branded collection. It was a collaboration, but the price tag wouldn't be cheap. Two luxury brands joining forces wasn't about a small fish hitching a ride on a big one, or a big one dragging a small one along. Those were two entirely different concepts. And that was exactly why they could make this work so well. Now I get it, Chen. Your ideas are everywhere at once. They caught me completely off guard. Al smiled, then his eyes drifted shut. In the end, Pierre had to help him into the hotel. Chen Cheng shook his head. A guy with no tolerance, drinking like that. Total lack of self-control. All right. He's a guest. Let him sleep it off. We'll head to the office at 10 tomorrow morning. No rush. Without Ul, their work couldn't move forward anyway. Everything hinged on the distribution channels. Every single decision revolved around him, and Ul knew it. The next morning, Ul didn't keep Chen Cheng waiting long. By the time they reached the company, they were already deep in discussion about every detail. Here's what we have so far. Pieces that haven't been released. Yet handed over a portable hard drive. It held everything. 3D models, full layouts, all laid out in meticulous detail. Every single aspect was crystal clear. For a co-brand, we need hero pieces. I'm thinking we choose 3 as the main focus. The rest can be standard collaboration items. Chen Cheng suggested building modifications on that foundation, fusing both brands' elements together into something new. The original prices would then double or triple. And for the limited edition items, they could charge whatever they wanted. Plenty of luxury bags had already smashed through the $100,000 mark. That was normal overseas, nothing impossible about ITMR. Chen, what else do you think our co-brand needs? Ul wasn't new to collaborations, but the board had told him to align with Chen Cheng's vision. His standards came first. Nothing else mattered. I think we just need a hang tag and a gift box, nothing else. Chen Cheng explained that this collaboration had to stand apart from the ordinary whether others did it or not. The fundamentals had to be fully covered, and if they could upgrade the quality, they absolutely should. There were plenty of fresh elements to play with. Alright, I'll have my people work with your tech team to finalize the 10 bags as soon as possible. With that confirmation, Chen Cheng felt there was nothing left for him to worry about. That afternoon, he took Ul to the Macau waterfront. The area had been fully opened to the public. Every form of entertainment was readily available and eagerly embraced. Point 2 helicopters. Not everyone can pull off that kind of gesture. Al said it with genuine envy. He could already tell Chen Cheng's power went far beyond what he'd seen so far. This young man's future stretched far beyond the horizon. The way he carried himself was almost surreal. He'd already reached a peak no one else could touch. Give it a few more years, and he might just be the richest man on the planet, but if there was a list, his name would stay at the top. Federal Saving's influence had exploded. Plenty of business leaders wanted to get close to Wang Ping'an. When they couldn't find a direct way in, they tried catching his eye by depositing money. As soon as those funds hit the account, Elizabeth channeled them straight into investments. She had a sharp eye for strategy, at least for now. She read the market well, especially because whenever Wang Ping'an stepped into a new industry, the capital flowed through federal savings. That made her job simple. She just had to confirm the venture capital was tied to him, bundle the derivatives, and handle the rest. Simple as that. Nothing to second guess. We're wrapping up the Pan Asia and Malar investments. 2 weeks. And the returns already 600%, the chairman said, grinning at Elizabeth. Only 6 times, that's too low. She frowned. Whenever Wang Ping'an made a move, the returns were at least 20 times, 2000%. Anything less was a waste of time. Mr. Wang has already set up shop on Love Island. We could try investing in the commercial districts and transportation around it. The chairman barely finished before Elizabeth cut him off. The airport's already contracted to an international airline. They gave us $600 million in sponsorship. Construction's already underway on the island. Do you really think there's any point in buying up the other islands? She paused and waved the chairman off. Wait. Let me check something with Wang Ping'an about another island project. She pulled out her phone and dialed. Honey, what do you think about Bali and the Aegean? For construction, not worth it. For development, maybe. We don't have that many unique selling points right now. Wang Ping'an suggested they could double down on the original marketing, might get unexpected traction. What if I want to buy them? Elizabeth smiled. Buying felt safer than investing at this point. Tourist hotspots like those didn't tank overnight. They had plenty of time to appreciate, buy them, see what the price tag is, that if you can negotiate a good deal, go ahead. Wang Ping'an said it like pocket change. To him, sitting on $1 billion or $2 billion without investing was pointless. Hoarding cash in his own bank wasn't creating value. Only investments turned the wheel. Mr. Wang, I couldn't help but overhear, planning to buy something. You seem a bit concerned. Iverson stepped over, curious. He'd caught Wang Ping'an on the phone. Nothing. Just picking up a small island. My wife likes it. Wang Ping'an flashed a faint smile and waved Iverson toward the boat. The more Iverson mulled it over, the stranger it seemed. An island wasn't something you decided on a whim, no matter how casual Wang Ping'an sounded. The Aegean, Bali. The ownership is private right now. Wang Ping'an estimated the price around $2 billion or so. No big deal. If his wife wanted it, he'd buy it without a second thought. I admire the way you think, Mr. Wang, but isn't this a bit impulsive? Iverson just couldn't grasp the logic. To him, it reeked of nouveau riche, making a spectacle of everything. It's not impulsive. Once you have a family, you'll understand why you treat your wife like this. Wang Ping'an meant every word. A happy wife was the only thing that mattered. The speedboat tore across the water, circling for a full half hour before finally docking. If they'd gone straight, it would have taken 10 minutes. This place is already heavily developed. Plenty of investors, but if you need a storefront, I can hook you up. Wang Ping'an laid it out. There wasn't a single pinching store anywhere on Love Island. Not even a boutique. You want to open a pinching store here? Iverson sucked in a sharp breath. What kind of insane strategy was that? That's right. People come to the island, tourism gets a boost, and you corner Love Island's entire luxury market. Win-win. Wang Ping'an didn't hesitate. There was no downside. Anyone with a brain wouldn't question it. The logic was airtight. Then it's settled. I'll pick a spot. Once they set foot on the island, Iverson saw how much had already been claimed. The prime spots were gone. He couldn't compete with the food and beverage sector right above yours next to the hotel. Iverson said if he could secure 1 or 2 storefronts there, he'd bring in another luxury labeled in return. Wang Ping'an would get 10% of the island's total sales volume. Sounds great. Let's do it. I'm in. Wang Ping'an saw no reason to refuse. 10% was free money. Even with low operating costs, the demand for luxury goods was massive. That was the entire point. It kept pushing the limits. Building a business model was a step-by-step climb. And Wang Ping'an was already standing at a dizzying height. They didn't linger on the island. After a quick dinner, they headed to the other side of Love Island. Commercial real estate just broke ground over here. Storefronts are going to get snapped up fast. Iverson's pulse quickened. He wanted Wang Ping'an to give him a shot, but the man already had his own island locked down. Setting up shop here would split the customer base, and getting to Wang Ping'an's island cost money. Sure, the speedboat tickets were cheap and round trip, but with non-stop foot traffic, that expense would add up quickly. It was a barrier not everyone could shoulder. Better not. I've already got a good location. As the words left his mouth, Iverson fixed on a new goal. He needed to turn that whole island into a fully realized city. Pack it with commercial development, drive up output and income levels. A self-contained paradise that had everything. The line to partner with Chen Cheng formed fast. The island project had barely broken ground, and every sector was buzzing. Anyone who dragged their feet got shut out. One major player tried to lock down the entire environmental and new energy package for the island. Chen Cheng killed that without a second thought. Honestly, if Jacqueline wanted to build an underwater tunnel, Chen Cheng had no objection. It would only expand the undersea experience they could offer. Public projects like that didn't cost him anything. What mattered was the massive tourist traffic they'd pull. That alone was enough to tempt him. Not many people came to the table with ideas like this. Xiao Chen, I hear someone's pushing you to develop the island. What are you thinking? Count Jacqueline had sharp ears. In his own territory, very little slipped past him. I turned him down. There are too many things I need to discuss with you first. Chen Cheng gave a faint smile and laid out his reasoning. The Outdao government had deep pockets. Building an underwater tunnel like that wouldn't be difficult, and it wouldn't drag on forever either. 3 years. Tops. In that same window, he could perfect the entire sea surface area. The island was still a long way from his waterfront property. The tunnel would connect from the other side of Outdao's port, so there would be zero traffic impact. That kind of project won't come cheap. Tens of billions, easily. Count Jacqueline pulled in a sharp breath. Chen Cheng was practically asking for the moon, but what puzzled him was why Chen Cheng didn't just handle it himself. First, it's public infrastructure. Second, if I took it on as a private contractor, even with full government approval, I'd get slammed for turning a public project into a profit grab. So he wasn't even going to consider it. He didn't want that money. There was nothing else to negotiate. You make a solid point, but I'm not sure I can get the government to agree. Count Jacqueline's hesitation showed on his face. If this were a sure thing, he'd give Chen Cheng his word right now, but he couldn't make a reckless call. Then talk it over with the officials. I have no objection. Whether you want to push for those benefits, that's entirely your call. Chen Cheng put all his cards on the table. He was making it clear to Count Jacqueline that everything he did wasn't just for his own profit. To some degree, he was doing it out of respect for the Count. If the other side refused to play ball, there was no point wasting more time. They were all busy men. Give me 1 day. I'll discuss it with the nobles tonight. Count Jacqueline wasn't about to let a golden opportunity slip through his fingers. If this could elevate his economic standing by an entire level, why wouldn't he move? Besides, this would lock in a strategic partnership with Chen Cheng. It tied into the pirate connection but stayed clear of any other entanglements. That kind of arrangement was rare and precious. Good. I'll wait for your good news. Chen Cheng smiled as he saw Count Jacqueline out. He knew this was practically done. He agreed. Pierre saw Count Jacqueline leave in a hurry and stepped into the office. Pretty much, start getting things ready. See if there's any land we can buy up in advance. Chen Cheng spoke with certainty. If they could close the deal early, they could flip it under Pierre's name and make a killing off the Outdao government. After all, the government was going to pay someone, might as well be them. Why didn't I think of that? You're a damn genius. Pierre burst out laughing. So that was how you played the game. There's a lot you haven't seen yet. This industry runs deep. You wouldn't be able to handle it on your own. Chen Cheng didn't elaborate. Now that things had reached this stage, he needed to have a thorough conversation with Zhongyi. Their call lasted 3 hours. Naturally, they weren't catching up on family matters. It was all business. Zhongyi was flying to Outdao tomorrow, and she needed to do on-site inspections and market research. The kids are fine. Let them eat lunch at school. They need to learn some independence. Zhongyi told Chen Cheng they could seriously consider sending the children abroad for school. No need. It's good for them to study back home. The education there is just as strong as anything overseas. Chen Cheng never bought into the idea that foreign education was superior. He knew anyone with real drive could shine anywhere. He wasn't a returnee himself, and now countless overseas graduates were scrambling to get into his company. That was real strength. Sometimes you didn't need to overthink it. Opportunity alone decided a lot of outcomes. Fine. You're always right, Mr. Chen. I can't afford to argue with you. Zhongyi laughed and hung up, reminding him to pick her up early. Don't worry. I'll clear my entire schedule tomorrow, just you and me. His wife was coming. He needed to prepare. At the very least, they couldn't keep staying at Louise's villa while in Outdao. Here's the plan. Pierre, buy a villa for our senior management to live in. If possible, get a manor. Chen Cheng said renting no longer made financial sense. Rent and property prices in Outdao were practically identical now. Alright, but are you sure you want a manor? To Pierre, a villa seemed more than enough. A manor felt excessive. I'm sure this place won't just be for sleeping. We'll close a lot of deals here. Chen Cheng couldn't keep borrowing other people's corporate offices for meetings. Sometimes, a proper manor doubled your efficiency. The purchase went through fast. There wasn't a new manor available, but there was a beautifully maintained aristocratic estate. It belonged to Duchess Senelena. If Chen Cheng wants it, 1 million is fine. I don't need his money half price, as a favor. 1 million was cheap, extremely cheap. Draw up the contract. I'll let Mr. Chen know this was your personal gesture. Pierre smiled and hurried to sign. No point turning down a benefit like that. It saved a significant amount of cash, and that mattered to Chen Cheng. You can move in immediately. The steward will handle the handover. Duchess Senelena smiled and said her goodbyes to Pierre. She mentioned she would visit Chen Cheng once her schedule freed up. The only reason she hadn't met with him yet was the contracts. Too much involved Malar currency. She had to settle those matters first. Most people didn't have a strong impression of Senelena, not because she wasn't important, but because she preferred to stay out of the spotlight. Rumor is, she works for the most secretive outfit on the island of Macau. Senelena is deep inside it. Pierre whispered it like a warning, then he added that this was insider information most people never got. And how do you know that? Now I'm curious who you really are. Chen Cheng's smile was light, almost teasing, but Pierre didn't take it that way. He thought Chen Cheng was suspicious of him, and his nerves showed. I overheard her on the phone yesterday. She mentioned a data center and something about data collision analysis. Pierre admitted he had no idea what that actually meant, but because she was being so secretive, he dug into it anyway. You got one thing wrong, actually. Once you complete a full data analysis, you can pull out a whole chain of connected information. Chen Cheng explained that if they ran a data collision centered on Macau and searched for Pierre's name, The system would aggregate every recent piece of information tied to him. Then, by cross-referencing all available databases, it could pinpoint his exact identity. This field has massive potential, but right now, almost no one has taken big data to its highest level. Chen Cheng knew this from personal experience. In his timeline, he hadn't even touched this technology for another 5 years. The real application of data collision analysis wouldn't become mainstream for at least another decade. The algorithms kept evolving. At first, you could only do single-layer identification, and even that was barely accurate. Later, the technology improved, both the algorithms and the databases, allowing more and more clues to be used for analysis and comparison. Sounds like she's working at a very high level. She mentioned her contract with Malar isn't finished, so I think they might be collaborating on research. Pierre finally gave him the key clue, and Chen Cheng understood exactly what was happening. No doubt about it. Senelina was working on big data analysis, still in its early phase, the first prototype of the information age. Alright, keep an eye out for me the second she gets back. Set up a meeting. Chen Cheng hadn't planned to move this fast, but an opportunity like this couldn't be allowed to slip away. Normally, it was nearly impossible for a private individual to succeed in big data. First, there were the financial and resource barriers. Second, you needed official backing, or at least you had to provide technical support to the right people. You couldn't just operate as a private commercial entity. That was exactly why Chen Cheng knew he had to go through Senelina if he wanted to use big data for analysis and comparison. The future of information hinged on big data. If he could get in on the ground floor, he could reactivate all his resources. A stagnant situation could spring back to life instantly. And that wasn't an exaggeration. Most people still didn't know much about big data, but that wouldn't last. It was around noon the next day when Senelina finally returned. She walked straight into her office and dropped her prepared materials onto the desk. With that single move, she severed all cooperation with Malar. Those people are completely unreasonable. I'm going to make sure their project crashes and burns. Senelina was livid. No one around her knew exactly what had happened. Chairman, you're back so soon. Did the Malar meeting end? End? Senelina glared at her secretary, her voice trembling with fury. I went to Malar, and those bastards tried to screw me over. They dismantled my entire algorithm and stole my research. Of course she was furious. Now she was ready to burn her own database to the ground and drag them down with her. If they wanted to make her miserable, she wasn't about to let them walk away clean. That was when Chen Cheng stepped in quietly. Looks like I picked a bad time. Chairman Senelina, let me introduce myself. I'm Chen Cheng. Senelina blinked, caught off guard. What was Chen Cheng doing here? They had no connection at all. Mr. Chen, I don't know why you're here, but right now I'm not exactly welcoming guests. She made it clear her mood was black and she wanted no interruptions. But I really would like to have a word with you. You don't mind, do you? Chen Cheng smiled and settled into a chair. He motioned for the secretary to leave so they could speak privately. He wanted to talk about big data, and he hoped she wouldn't be too hasty about destroying everything. What are you talking about? I won't let you go down that road. Senelina's tone was absolute. She was determined to destroy it all. The people at Mela won't listen to you, they don't want you in their circle, but I can set up a dedicated group for big data research. Chen Cheng told her he wouldn't interfere with the company's operations at all. He'd take a 50% stake, and everything else would follow standard business cooperation procedures. Senalina's frown deepened. Was Chen Cheng playing an angle? Once we upgrade it, Mela won't be able to use it. What makes you so sure big data will work in your favor? How much do you actually know? Her tone sharpened. Only a handful of people even knew about this. Her own researchers barely understood what big data was. I don't know much more than you do, so I suggest you focus on figuring out how to improve it. Chen Cheng said he could provide enough funding, right now, to build something substantial in Macau, but it all depended on her cooperation. If she couldn't work with him, then forget it. I'll think about it. This is all too sudden. Senalina admitted that if she could have settled things cleanly, she wouldn't have broken with Mela in the first place. Don't take too long. I'm still interested for now, but if I end up working with Mela instead, that'll be a different conversation. Senalina let out a defeated sigh. He was testing her. He'd laid his cards on the table. If she didn't respond soon, he really would go to Mela. I accept your proposal. We have a deal. The other party didn't hesitate. Opportunity knocks once, miss it and you're left with nothing. Then let's buy the equipment outright. We'll register the company in Macau. Whatever talent we need, we can hire with the capital we have. Wang Ping'an would provide the funding chain, and the other side would bring the technical support. A clean win-win. Better still, once they could analyze that data, the first thing he'd do was use his own phone system to filter the most clicked keywords across every user. That would be a quantum leap. Before, there was no way to capture real user feedback. Big data could break it all down now. Compared to relying on memory and gut instinct, this approach was infinitely more reliable. That was exactly why they could pull everything together so smoothly. Has Macau fully rolled out big data yet? Wang Ping'an glanced at Senalina. It's up and running. Most of the traffic is on your products, but there are some other popular categories too. Senalina pulled up the data analytics as she spoke. The category ranking even higher than Wang Ping'an's was Macau's native industries. None of these have gone global, but the foundation is there since it's all import-export trade. If you have a substitute product, you can own the market. Senalina called up the factory info on screen. It appeared on his computer in an instant. Integrate this data analysis into our online marketplace. We should be able to push out more products. Wang Ping'an knew this was the perfect time to invest in R&D. Their ad targeting could get razor-sharp. Whatever a user was interested in would show up ranked by click volume. This thing is ridiculously powerful. It's like somebody handed us a crystal ball. Pierre was pumped. He'd never seen anything like it. Honestly, it's not fully polished yet. Down the road, it'll be a total game changer. Wang Ping'an said it with total confidence. His high-end cars were already on the market, barring any surprises. Imported vehicles, all built to international specs, launching first in Macau. A lot of customers had been skeptical at first. They'd never heard of this mainland brand, but dealerships? Every single one that opened its doors wanted Wang Ping'an's vehicles. The engines were powerful, the four-wheel drive systems genuine. They handled high-performance maneuvers that front or rear wheel. Drive simply couldn't sustain. There's nothing to worry about with the cars, but now that the pricing is set, let's negotiate with the import dealers. Even though it was a joint venture, Wang Ping'an didn't have absolute decision-making power. He needed to finalize things before sales could begin. Everything had to follow protocol. Testing the waters blindly would backfire. Mr. Wang, our joint venture cars just launched. If we supply this many dealers, it'll throw the entire market into chaos. The chairman's original idea was to keep all those brands under his own roof and open exclusive stores. Wang Ping'an shut it down. It would strangle their distribution. One person selling won't be as smooth as a lot of people selling together. Wang Ping'an explained the logic. They'd sell to dealers and get paid upfront. After that, it was between the consumer and the dealer. They were out of the loop. No reason to take deposits and wait for final payment after the car sold. That was just bad business. But Mr. Wang, if we do it your way, doesn't that make it impossible for us to adjust later? The chairman sounded anxious. He clearly didn't get it. It's not what you think. I can tell you straight. This is nothing to worry about. Wang Ping'an said they just needed to keep signing orders. Luxury cars, mid-range, each had its own market, its own customer base. No need to micromanage. Dealers bought the inventory, and the deal was done. Know your role. You can't make a whole brand take off all by yourself. That's not realistic. In Wang Ping'an's mind, the plan was simple. Supply his cars to dealers all over the world. Better yet, sign contracts that stipulated how many new models they'd order from him each year. Either way, these cars would sell. No matter the price point, every brand had its consumer market. What about marketing? Our pricing isn't low. Mid-range models already start at $500,000. The chairman gave a wry smile. Their cars were already at peak pricing right out of the gate. 500 grand is fine. We also have luxury cars in the $1 million range, and we definitely can't skimp on marketing. Wang Ping'an said they just needed to host a rally or a race. The public would figure out where the cars came from. Budget supercars had made a name for themselves in international competition that way. That wasn't brand marketing, it was letting performance speak for itself. If that's the case, then I've got nothing to worry about. Let's do it your way. Hearing that, the chairman finally relaxed. Wang Ping'an had really thought everything through. There weren't many cooperative manufacturers. Everyone was focused on mid and low-end engines, and Wang Ping'an hadn't stopped selling those, but they'd already upgraded their own tech. They supplied only outdated engines to the other side. If the other party liked them, they'd sell. That was how the price war started. Their cars needed to make a splash within 5 days. The big data already showed the public had strong interest in their coupe. The reason was simple. The car's price and performance blew the competition out of the water. Some even said Wang Ping'an was trying to shake up the first and second tier markets that were already settled. That's a joke. If I wanted to shake things up, I wouldn't need anyone's permission. Wang Ping'an was almost amused by these people. They just said whatever popped into their heads. Tell them good things don't wait. We're launching a global first run of 1,000 units testing the waters. Wang Ping'an was playing the scarcity game. There were still plenty of updates needed on this model. The real flaws would only come out after consumers gave their feedback. The rally we're sponsoring starts next week. Total investment so far, 3 million. Wang Ping'an smiled faintly and laid out the schedule and logistics on the table. Louise and Senalina would handle quality control, while Pierre managed the business end. I really don't get it, why dump 3 million into this right now? Louise asked, genuinely confused. As far as she knew, Island Coast had never hosted a race like this. The traditional manufacturing hubs are all in Europe, so car sales there are booming. Wang Ping'an wasn't flattering them. It was true, Europe held races every year, and every driver had sponsors. Whoever won got a massive reputation boost. So you're planning to fix the race? Louise thought she finally understood. If it was rigged, fine, just put on a show, rig it. You think we have that kind of cash to throw around? Not to mention it would insult our brand. Wang Ping'an explained that the chairman himself was handling the custom modifications. His plan was to sponsor the hottest driver right now, Jones. Louise frowned. He just got suspended for a physical altercation. He's in the middle of a firestorm. She thought Wang Ping'an had lost his mind. Even if Jones was a dark horse, the guy couldn't just waltz in and take over the entire circuit. He's got buzz, and his skill level isn't low. Whether he wins or not, the media spotlight will be on us. That's what matters. Wang Ping'an told Louise this was the best marketing strategy. How much would it cost to get the whole world talking? This way, the exposure was massive. After he laid it out, she was speechless. No comeback. Exposure is just one piece. When we roll out all our marketing weapons at once, the impact on the competition will be devastating. Wang Ping'an knew what this era demanded, and he knew exactly what to do. The rally was approaching fast, no room for slacking off. When Jones met Wang Ping'an, disbelief was written all over his face. He couldn't understand why a sponsor would sign him while everyone else was pointing fingers. Mr. Wang, give me one reason. Why me, out of all the drivers? Because we're the same kind. You won't be the villain forever. I've been exactly where you are. I know how it feels. Wang Ping'an smiled faintly and gestured toward the iced tea cool-off. For this race, you need to be ready. I'll provide the car. If you need any modifications, talk directly to the chairman. Is doing the work himself. Jones couldn't stay calm. He'd never been given an honor like this. You're not joking, are you? The chairman of the Shun Group? He'd heard of them. The Shun Group's engines were nearly impossible to get. Even with money, you couldn't buy their top-tier models. You're getting the top-tier everything. Your hardware will crush the competition, but I need your software to keep up. Out on the track, anything could change in a split second, and since this was the public debut of these components, Wang Ping'an couldn't afford any screw-ups. I guarantee I'll give it everything I've got. Jones didn't have an agent. Wang Ping'an would be his agent from now on. Wang Ping'an signed him directly under the company name and arranged a co-driver for him. Anything Jones needed, he'd provide unconditionally. A driver's habits mattered. If the modifications didn't fit their ergonomics, even the best specs could fail. Mr. Wang, I don't know if you've heard about the top-tier drivers. Their sponsors aren't amateurs. Jones explained that nearly every major supercar manufacturer sponsored drivers on long-term contracts. The cost of modifications often exceeded the base value of the car, making performance exceptional. Their 0 to 60 times blow my old car out of the water. That wasn't an exaggeration. Jones had become a dark horse on pure skill. His previous team was just a second-tier garage, so I don't just need you to win this race. I need you to win every race from now on. We'll sponsor you in every kind of event. Wang Ping'an promised Jones that within 3 years, he'd own the global racing scene. By then, Jones could step back, whether managing a supercar club or organizing races. Jones was the pro. A pro does what he does best. Alright, I won't say no. And thank you for having my back when everyone else is pointing fingers. Jones gave Wang Ping'an a sincere bow. Bro, are you really that sold on this kid? Pierre asked, confused. He wasn't impressed, thought Jones was pretty average. Maybe it's because he looks ordinary, but his stats over the last 3 years are the best. Wang Ping'an didn't tell Pierre he'd signed Jones based on big data analysis. Without it, he wouldn't have been so confident. The data showed Jones had an extremely low error rate, 0 mistakes in 3 years of racing. A perfectionist like that could maximize his advantage on the right track, so Wang Ping'an was just securing the talent he needed. Got it. I'll get the banners and ads designed right away. The mountain road and track were already set, all closed sections. None of the drivers had ever seen this track before, so they were all starting from square one. The map analysis is ready. We can give them this simulated map now, Senelina told Wang Ping'an. The organizers had to provide the map. Without it, the co-driver was nearly useless. Then release it, but those closed sections, no one sets foot in there. Wang Ping'an's tone was final. If anyone dared to mess with his plan, there would be consequences. Truth was, Chen Cheng had made the right call signing Zhuang Senator. The man had the skills to back it up. Together, they were unstoppable. A perfect match. First place is locked in. Chen Cheng didn't need to hear any more. Zhuang Sen's modifications alone had already cost millions. The engine was top of the line, the air suspension lifted straight from 6-figure luxury cars, and the nitrous system used bleeding-edge tech. If he can't win with this setup, I'd be seriously disappointed. Chen Cheng smiled faintly, joking, mostly. Even he could probably take the trophy in a car like that, but there's one problem, Pierre cut in. Nobody knows this track. They handed out layout maps, but none of the drivers have actually set foot on it. Even with a co-driver, split-second decisions are going to be brutal. The same conditions applied to everyone. But Pierre wasn't wrong. A hard fight with 0 preparation. If they can do it, we can do it. Zhuang Sen's voice carried absolute confidence. Don't let us lose morale before the flag drops. This wasn't just about Chen Cheng's sponsorship. Zhuang Sen's reputation was on the line. A loss would shatter everything. A win would prove he was still in a league of his own. Win at all costs, but safety first. Under no circumstances do you take stupid risks, break when you need to. Chen Cheng had drilled that into him more than once. It was crucial. Don't worry, Chen. I know. But Zhuang Sen had already made peace with the stakes lose, and the outcome was the same. So if it came down to it, he'd put his life on the line to take that checkered flag. Pierre shifted the conversation. We've upgraded the observation setup for this race. Drones and onboard cameras will give us near-live footage. He paused. The event's already pulling in crowds. Tickets are $300 apiece, and front row spots cost more. Trackside seats go for $3,000, even $10,000. He explained that the Continental Circuit organizers had set the pricing. Unless they could offer something better, Those numbers wouldn't budge. You just hit on the real issue, Chen Cheng said, zeroing in. We can upgrade the equipment all day, but we can't force more bodies into the stands. That was the core problem. Solve the crowd issue, and he'd be free and clear. Money fixes anything. Pierre, let's think this through together. Sponsorship wasn't the bottleneck. The real variable was whether they could upgrade the track itself. Not that many people knew the shortcuts here anyway. Let's test things this time. Next race, Zhuang Sen will have an edge. Chen Cheng dialed back his expectations. Push too hard, and Zhuang Sen would burn out. 3 days later, race day hit. Every driver had reached AO Island early. We've never been here before. What was the organizer thinking? That was defending champion Volt, hoping to keep his crown, but the betting market had already posted the highest odds on Zhuang. Senator word was spreading. This was his revenge race, and it would be spectacular. Who's behind the betting? Who's the house? Chen Cheng had no experience in that world, but he knew someone was pulling the strings. The house is last year's organizer. They've run every previous race. Zhuang Sen's odds are high, 3 times the champions. Pierre added a warning. The catch? Nobody was betting on Zhuang Sen, so the odds might climb even higher at the last minute. Bet everything on Zhuang. Senator put in 30 million. Chen Cheng didn't want to overdo it. What if the other side couldn't cover the payout? But the risk was minimal. The market was huge. 30 million was a rounding error. Make it 100 million. Max it out. He changed his mind on the spot. His one demand: Zhuang Sen wins. Are you sure? Pierre's worry surfaced. The momentum's against us. You could support him another way. There's no need to risk 100 million. If they lost, the whole race would be a waste, and they'd still have to hand a massive prize to the rival club. Trust me. I believe in him. Chen Cheng was firm. The track rules were identical for everyone. It all came down to the driver's skill and the car's hardware. See if we can upgrade his car further. Throw in every new technology we've got. Possible, but risky. The driver has to handle it. The designer didn't sugarcoat. They could boost straight-line speed and cornering, but that meant stripping out the suspension intake, engine mapping, fuel mix. All of it would need retuning. I'm fine with it. What you have to do. Before anyone could decide, Zhuang Sen walked in quietly. He spoke without drama. This race was about his honor. He had to win, even if it cost him everything. Do it. Use your most stable plan. Chen Cheng made the final call. He trusted his partner. Every detail was pushed to the bleeding edge. The track closure didn't keep the drivers idle. At night, drones filled the sky, scanning routes and running fuel calculations. I don't need to check. I've already memorized every inch of this place. Zhuang Sen let his eyes drift shut, the world settling into a quiet calm. Meanwhile, Chen Cheng wanted to boost the race's profile into the stratosphere. He reached out to the continent's biggest influencer. This was the age of viral stars. With her, the event would finally get the attention it deserved. Compared to our promotional budget, signing a celebrity was a no-brainer. Wang Ping'an saw it as a solid move. From where he sat, it was easily within reach. Miss Florence, do you know why I asked you here? Florence's brows pulled together. From what I understand, Mr. Wang's company has plenty of artists under contract. Some of them have serious international recognition. That's true, but I believe your image is the best fit. Wang Ping'an explained that Florence's physique and muscle definition were exactly what he needed. She was the ideal candidate, a rare find. Honestly, I didn't even want to come. Florence didn't bother being polite. My agent told me I'd be meeting some big boss, but so far, I'm not impressed. In her eyes, Wang Ping'an was completely clueless about her world. This is supposed to be a win-win. Wang Ping'an gave a faint smile. If Miss Florence doesn't trust my ability, we can terminate the contract at any time. He wasn't going to baby her. If she kept up the attitude, they were done. I'll show up on time. Florence said it flat and walked straight out of his office. She had nothing else to say to this young man. Her agent stood there, awkward and stumbling over apologies. Don't bother. I get it. Once this is over, we're canceling the contract. Wang Ping'an had no interest in paying them a fortune. His money didn't grow on trees. Whether he hired a celebrity for endorsements or a racing girl, it was a business deal. He paid. They performed. If she wanted to give him attitude, he wasn't putting up with it. You think I'm some idiot with money to burn? Let me tell you, I could take that same cash and turn any random nobody into someone bigger than Florence. You'd better watch yourselves. He signaled Pierre to show them out. Pierre almost froze. He'd never seen Wang Ping'an blow up like that. Bro, take it easy. It's not that simple. Pierre still hoped they could work it out. After all, Florence was A-list, top tier. A-list? I'll bet she won't last 3 years. Wang Ping'an waved it off. She was hot now, sure, but who knew about tomorrow? In this industry, it wasn't about who was trendy. Everyone needed resources. Without resources, even a goddess wouldn't survive. Too bad Florence had just pissed off the one person she should never have crossed. The resources in Wang Ping'an's hands were what every celebrity dreamed of. As soon as word got out, dozens of them reached out on their own, saying they'd be honored to be his racing girl. Some other time. I'm busy today. Wang Ping'an brushed them off without a second thought. The decision was already made. His designs and promotions were all built around Florence, but just before the competition, she pulled out. What's this supposed to mean? Wang Ping'an raised an eyebrow, his tone icy. Sorry, Mr. Wang. We'll pay the contract penalty as agreed. The agent forced an awkward smile. He couldn't afford to burn this bridge. Let me be clear. This isn't about money. It's a matter of principle. You think I'm easy to push around? Wang Ping'an stared them down. If you can't even honor a contract, what good are you? He ordered his people to kick the whole crew out. He'd find a new racing girl. Blacklist Florence across all our resources, terminate the contract permanently, no future collaborations. His order was absolute. Every partner and contractor working with Wang Ping'an cut ties. They knew Florence had crossed a line. Offending Wang Ping'an was a death wish in this business. I don't believe I'll lose resources just because I walked away from Wang Ping'an. Florence sat calmly on the plane. You know, this whole thing gave me huge exposure. That's true, but you breached the contract. We already paid 10 times the penalty. Her agent gave a bitter laugh. From here on, they were in serious trouble. There was no conversation during the flight, but the moment they landed at the airport, they knew something was wrong. All the promotional banners and posters were gone. The fans who usually greeted her had vanished in Europe. They were nobodies, no media, no spotlights. This is weird. What's going on? Florence couldn't understand. She was used to being treated like royalty. I don't know, but my phone is blowing up with texts. The agent opened one and sucked in a sharp breath. It was a termination notice, unconditional contract cancellation, no compensation, and a harsh condemnation of Florence's conduct, and it wasn't just one. Dozens more, all identical, just from different companies. What's wrong? Why do you look so pale? Florence frowned at her agent. He stumbled, nearly collapsing. He hadn't seen this coming. There was no way back. We've been cut from everything, blacklisted across the entire industry. Slowly, he straightened up. He wanted to quit, but couldn't bring himself to say it. Florence, our partnership ends here. He turned and walked out of the airport, leaving her alone. The empty terminal echoed. Florence stood there, stunned. She never expected the storm to hit so fast. Would begging Wang Ping'an help now? Not a chance. Because Wang Ping'an had already found an ordinary person, a complete unknown, who had even better presence and style. He signed her on a long-term commercial contract. All the contractors and brands decided to use the competition to test her potential. If she delivered, endless resources would follow. Design everything around her, wipe out all traces of Florence. Also, the opening ceremony is tomorrow, so she needs to prepare. Wang Ping'an left the execution to Pierre, who had all the materials ready. They just had to follow the process step by step. It wasn't hard. Don't worry, Mr. Wang. I've got this covered. The whole island of Ao had gone all in on the opening ceremony. Wang Ping'an had poured in serious resources and investment, and the new wave of globalized business had the place buzzing. We're turning this place into Racing City, Wang Ping'an declared. Jacqueline stepped up first. She took the contract for the whole project and started renovations based on the approved plan. She couldn't stop smiling. Wang, your effort here is obvious. We're backing you all the way. This was her second collaboration with Wang Ping'an, right after the Underwater World project. Honestly, ever since she'd connected with this guy, everything had clicked. His career, which had stalled before, came roaring back to life. That kind of second wind was rare and valuable. Just do your part. Don't worry about anything else. I'll handle it. Wang Ping'an said it with absolute certainty. He had the ability and the resources. When a man that determined goes after perfection, it's not hard to achieve. He approached everything the same way. And that's what gave Racing City its solid footing and room to grow. The opening ceremony was massive. Almost every business partner Wang Ping'an had showed up, along with every top executive from his companies. Nobody had expected that flights would be impossible to book starting the day before. The buzz was electric. People poured in from all over the world. Pierre gave a wry smile. Right now, every hotel in Racing City is booked solid. Even hotels in neighboring cities are running out of rooms. At this rate, the only thing left is the beach. There was no fixing it. They had a limited number of hotel rooms. Nobody could figure out what had drawn such a massive crowd. Sure, there were die-hard racing fans, but on top of them, countless people came for the model Wang Ping'an had been promoting. Her name was Elena, flawless body, angelic face. She lived up to her reputation. The ceremony's about to start. Pierre. You'll handle the hosting. Wang Feng, you're with him. You two can manage this. Wang Feng's language skills had grown strong enough to handle everyday conversations without a hitch. They also needed commentary in Mandarin, so Wang Feng was the perfect fit. The ceremony itself was simple. Open all the venues, introduce every racing team, one by one. They'd have 30 minutes to prepare, then the race would start. Honestly, I'm nervous. Zhuang Sen glanced at Wang Ping'an and managed a thin smile. What's there to be nervous about? Even if you mess up, I'm not blaming you. Wang Ping'an meant it. Every investment he'd made so far was in the black. The compensation from Florence alone had already brought in a serious profit. If the race went badly, he might lose $100 million. A bad investment. Nothing more. He'd cover the race expenses from sponsors and ticket sales anyway, so there was no real loss either way. This was a win-win. What everyone overlooked was the cost of shutting down entire road sections. The AO government gave him access for free, a privilege no one else could get. It's starting. Good luck. Wang Ping'an patted Zhuang Sen on the shoulder, gave a few last-minute instructions, then sent the chairman into the passenger seat as his navigator. The crew was set. First out is Volt, last year's champion. Can he defend his title? The race used a time-based system, so finishing the full course would guarantee a victory. But if a driver had enough time to overtake an opponent, that duel made everything even more exciting. That was exactly why Zhuang Sen was starting second. Here comes our dark horse, Zhuang Sen, a professional racer. For him, this is a phoenix rising from the ashes. Wang Feng's voice crackled with excitement. He'd never imagined he'd be sitting in a broadcast booth speaking to an audience this big. Every channel on AO was live-streaming the event, and other regions had picked up the feed. Countless people who couldn't be there were glued to their TVs at home. Come on, you can't lose. Wang Ping'an stared at the monitor. The feed came from inside Zhuang Sen's cockpit. The guy was fearless, taking every shortcut perfectly, squeezing out every second. Starting from the back, the only way to overtake Volt was through the shortcuts. If he just stayed on the straight track, he wouldn't lose. But he wouldn't get the raw satisfaction of beating the man head-on. That wasn't what he wanted. He intended to pass Volt right in front of every camera. That Zhuang Sen kid is fearless. Who else drives like that? Dongmi watched, nervous. He didn't know much about racing, but the whole thing had him on the edge of his seat. This is how men play. Exactly what I wanted, pure entertainment. Wang Ping'an gave a faint smile. Barring any surprises, Zhuang Sen would take first place. As they approached the sharp curve, Zhuang Sen set up to drift just as he'd planned, but suddenly, Volt hit the brakes. They were far ahead. Slowing down wouldn't cost them the win. Damn it, that bastard is playing dirty. Wang Feng blurted it out, then remembered he was live. Sure enough, after tricking Zhuang Sen, Volt hit the gas again. Zhuang Sen had no choice but to back off. He couldn't just ram him. Initial estimate, Volt used a quarter of his nitrous. Is 3 seconds ahead. Data kept streaming in. Zhuang Sen stayed silent, still cutting corners. He's doing it again? This time, Wang Feng wasn't the only one furious. Nearly everyone was cursing Volt for his cheap, unsportsmanlike tactics. How could he be so dirty? Boom! Behind them, a car spun off the track. The sharp curves and rough terrain made handling a nightmare. It wasn't just one crash, some drivers even got into screaming matches with their navigators. Total chaos. Only 4 cars left on the track. Zhuangzhen is close to Volt now, 1 second behind. Wang Ping'an reported, licking his lips without thinking. The tension was brutal. He'd never imagined a race could be this intense. It made his blood boil. Kid, you are way out of your league. Volt's eyes flicked to the rearview mirror. Zhuangzhen was welded to his bumper, but Volt didn't feel even a whisper of danger. He had crushed this guy twice before. He wasn't about to lose now. No chance in hell. I'm hitting it now. Zhuangzhen knew the race was nearly over. Time to unleash the nitrous, but he held back for a heartbeat, shifted gears, and let the engine howl on pure acceleration. The chairman grabbed the handlebar, reading the intention in Zhuangzhen's posture. Holy shit, a blade pass, no way. Wang Ping'an shot to his feet, and the whole venue became electric. Cameras everywhere, drones swarming, but only 2 screens remained live, Zhuangzhen and Volt. Everyone else had already tapped out. Blade pass? Volt's face went rigid. He never expected Zhuangzhen to try something that reckless. The man was insane. Did he have a death wish? Volt wanted to scream, to ask what the hell was going on, why the other driver was acting this crazy. Give it everything. Zhuangzhen roared. He blasted past Volt by a full car length, dumping a quarter of his nitrous. The surge opened a massive gap. Volt had to use his own nitrous right now to close it, or he was finished. And they still had the straightaway coming. If Volt burned his supply now, Zhuangzhen would have a full tank left. Ram him, the club owner's order hissed through the earpiece. Are you serious? Volt kept his voice low. Do it. He wrecks his own car. That's on him. We just need the win. The owner was wired. This wasn't some small-time hustle for a few $1 million. A loss would destroy him. Fine. Volt dumped every drop of his nitrous in one shot. The crowd had never witnessed anything like it. Unbelievable, he just released all of his nitrous at once. Pierre was losing his composure. In racing history, that was practically unheard of. The long straightaway still lay ahead. That was where nitrous mattered most. On a straight, it was all about the build. Without it, they would be in deep trouble. What is he doing? That bastard is going to ram him, Wang Ping'an shouted, and the crowd's roar confirmed they saw it too. Right on cue, Volt closed in on Zhuangzhen, still accelerating, and slammed into him. The screech of metal tearing against metal was sickening. Zhuangzhen's rear wing absorbed the hit. The car fishtailed violently, the back end already ripped open. Is trying to kill me, Zhuangzhen yelled. Instead of hitting his own nitrous, he swerved and smashed back into Volt. But Volt's speed was too high. Zhuangzhen's had crumpled within seconds, flames licked up from the engine block. Jump, your life matters, Wang Changxing's shout cracked through the radio. This was never part of the planned. No, I'm fine. Zhuangzhen straightened the wheel. The fire was blinding his view, so he threw the car into reverse and started accelerating backward. We have never seen this before. Zhuangzhen is gaining speed because the cars weren't all-wheel drive. Reverse actually made him faster. This kid out of his mind. Volt thought his hit would make the guy back off, but Zhuangzhen's next move was impossible to predict. Insane, he's fighting for his life, the navigator muttered. Was one race really worth dying for? Apparently, Yes, Zhuang Sen entered the final roundabout, he floored it. Every last drop of nitrous, pushing the speed deep into the red. The chassis began to shudder violently. Any faster and the car would come apart. This is way too dangerous. Should we call it off? Dongmi looked at Wang Changxing, who was sweating through his shirt that he had never faced a situation like this. But then he remembered Zhuang Sen's words. Wang Changxing did not give the order to stop. Almost there, Zhuang Sen is up by 3 seconds. He had practically won. All he had to do was cross that line, and the championship was his. He would shove it right in Volt's face. Amid the crowd's screams, their car shot across the finish line. The entire venue detonated. Zhuang Sen had shattered the track record. Every racer who came after him would have to race against that time. But his car did not stop. The brakes were completely gone. Without the insane custom modifications, he would already be a wreck. Get him out of there. Wang Changxing didn't hesitate. He mobilized everything at his disposal. Helicopters and ambulances raced toward the finish line. Brakes are dead, time to bail. Zhuang Sen kicked his door open and ordered the chairman to jump first. He had to steer for a few more seconds. You can't slow it down. Go now. The chairman leaped from the car, hit the ground, and rolled to a stop. Zhuang Sen was still inside. He fought the wheel, trying to minimize the damage, but it was useless. The engine blew, flames swallowing half the car. Fire crawled into the cockpit. He finally jumped. Boom. A thunderous blast. The car disintegrated, skidding another 100 meters before it finally stopped. I'm good, still alive. Zhuang Sen's voice crackled through the live feed. In an instant, every media outlet and trending topic swarmed the scene for an exclusive. Bet settled. Your 100 million just became 1.8 billion. Pierre kept his voice low. Wang Changxing's investment had paid off faster than anyone had expected. Time to wrap this up. Let's go see him. Facing the cameras, Zhuang Sen didn't have much to say. He thanked Wang Changxing for everything. Without him, he never would have had this chance to prove himself. I owe it all to my boss, Wang Changxing. He gave me everything. He brought me back to life. When Zhuang Sen stepped onto the podium, the prize money and trophy were placed in his hands. Wang Changxing announced that all employee bonuses would double, and Zhuang Sen would receive an extra 50 million on top of that. Honestly, I just wanted a car. The event plan was a flawless success. Chen Cheng had delivered on every promise he'd made to his partners. The Top Racing Club was the most elite organization of its kind in the world. Not just because its owner, Zhuang Sen, was a cut above the rest, but because every single staff member was placed exactly where they belonged. Alright, time to get to work. Grab some rest first, then we'll prep for the new model launch. Chen Cheng clapped Zhuang Sen on the shoulder. Zhuang Sen didn't waste a second. He slid into his car and took off. Now, all the plans were on the table at once. For Chen Cheng, that was a win and a rare opening. Truthfully, he couldn't imagine a scenario where everything aligned this perfectly. Boss, that model we used, totally replicable. I'm willing to bet they'll be lining up for our next event, Pierre said, grinning. He was riding the high too. He'd be getting his cut from this one. In other words, Chen Cheng had used one race to launch 2 new stars and multiple companies. Sponsors were flooding the market with ads. Overnight, Zhuang Sen became a celebrity he'd never planned on being. Water flows downhill, But people keep climbing. A few bosses invited me to dinner tonight, they already booked the table. Chen Cheng shrugged. There was no easy way out, so he'd show up and see what they actually wanted. We could easily blow them off. You're in a different league now. They should be coming to you, Pierre said, backing him up without hesitation. And he wasn't wrong. Back when Chen Cheng was nobody, those same men wouldn't have spared him a glance. No sense dwelling on it. None of that matters now. What matters is the world we control today looks nothing like the one we crawled out of. Chen Cheng smiled and got into his car. He really did need to go home and think things through. That evening, he went to the dinner alone. He had no intention of bringing Zhongyi along. A room full of men, no place for a woman. She'd feel out of place and stifled, so he sent her to Louise's party instead, a gathering of Oudao's high society ladies. That kind of event let her play to her strengths and blend in fast. A sharp decision, and one only he would have thought to make. Mr. Chen, you made it. The bosses rose to their feet the second Chen Cheng stepped through the door. To them, he was the golden goose, the man setting trends for all of Oudao. You're all too kind. Some urgent business came up, so I'm running a little late. Chen Cheng spoke with genuine respect. He explained that if it hadn't been for the race, he would have arrived earlier. Mr. Chen, don't give it another thought. The fact that you honored us with your presence is already a privilege. We wouldn't dare ask for more, the host said, giving Chen Cheng a graceful exit. Every man there wanted to ride his coattails. I'm new to this circle. Let me cover your meals and accommodations. No strings attached, just looking to make some friends. Chen Cheng laid it out plainly. To him, that money was pocket change, but to those bosses, it felt like an olive branch. Of course, they accepted from that point on. It was Chen Cheng this and Chen Cheng that. I hear you're all industry elites from different parts of the world. I've been considering setting up operations in Mela. Any suggestions? Chen Cheng's smile was faint. His products had already entered the Mela market with excellent feedback, but he had no physical footprint there. If he didn't solve that bottleneck, building an online model would only get harder. If you're looking to go offline, Mr. Chen, it won't be a simple process. Mela requires a green card to establish industrial operations, one boss said, a little awkward. That hard requirement marked a different game from the distribution channels they'd used before. Point one was importing, the other was planting roots. Then I'll count on you gentlemen. Personally, I couldn't care less about a green card, but you're right, I need my own industrial base in Mela. Chen Cheng wasn't exaggerating. He was doing this purely to elevate his businesses. If everything stalled now, that outcome wouldn't satisfy him. All his ventures were surging in the right direction. Standing still was never an option. Since Mr. Chen is asking, refusing would be rude on our part. They all knew the consequences of crossing him, so they agreed without hesitation. A few of the bosses huddled together, either fast-track Chen Cheng, gift him a green card, or apply under their own names and transfer it later. The green card option was clearly the best. Here's what I'll do, Mr. Chen. I'll handle the green card personally. No citizenship application needed. The speaker was Enx's. He had the pull, the only man sitting at the top of Mela's food chain. It wasn't a massive hassle, but it wasn't handed to him on a silver platter either. In that case, gentlemen, let's drink. Chen Cheng signaled for the red wine. A dinner like this demanded it. They didn't leave until late. Back at the estate, Chen Cheng eased himself into the bathtub. Finally, some real rest. He let out a dry chuckle. Oh, big shot Chen, what's with the sudden gloom? Zhongyi teased him. She figured he was low-key bragging. Going day in and day out like this, even a tough guy like me isn't exactly built for it. After his bath, Chen Cheng sat down slowly at the table and lit a cigarette. Everything's booming now. The ripple effects across all our industries are honestly impressive. He wanted to know what her next move was. What I'm doing is diversifying your investments. Don't think pulling in 18 billion was some kind of walk in the park. Zhongyi told him she'd bought up all the European racing resources before the event. That cost 3 billion, but the buyer who snatched up the broadcast rights offered 10 billion. Once you counted viewership and derivative revenue, the total would land at 20 billion minimum. Insane, right? Not bad compared to your stuff, huh? She smiled and laid the contract on the table. That was her power move. In Ao Island, Wang Ping'an called an emergency meeting. The room was packed, every top executive from Premium Automotive and the full R&D team from Nokia. Our next move is developing intelligent cruise software right here on the island, built specifically for our vehicles. He laid out the gaps. The radar systems in their cars were underused. They could do better. Integrate radar, reverse cameras, and automatic climate control across all mid-range and high-end models. We haven't touched the low-end market. Is this system exclusive to our own brand? General Manager Liu frowned. As chairman and head of modifications, he needed clarity first. No outside orders for now. Our import sales on the island speak for themselves. Wang Ping'an pulled up the 6-month reports. They'd only entered the market a month ago, but sales had already smashed every projection. In the old environment, those numbers would have been impossible, so he was ready to elevate. In other words, option packages. Every model we sell gets a paid upgrade path. The hardware's already built in. He said it plainly. That was the whole point of locking this down. Option packages make it an easier sell, but couldn't we just make these standard on the base trims? A sales director asked. If even the cheapest cars came loaded, they could force the customer's hand. No options stay optional. Add-ons. If the base model has the same system, what separates the tiers? Wang Ping'an told them trim levels weren't just about features, engine size, and displacement. Interior finishes, system functions, upgrades, all of it mattered. And don't underestimate the audio. You all know what a Burmester system costs, correct? Silence. No one argued. He was right. Then what price point for the option packages? General Manager Liu asked. Too high, and the gap would feel like two completely different classes. It needed to land just right. Even if they buy the premium edition, the system is still optional. Without it, the car is a blank slate. Wang Ping'an set the first-generation system price at 150,000. Anyone who wanted it could add it on. As for the sound system, he planned to meet with Burmester directly. If the terms worked, they'd lock that down too. Everything else, General Manager Liu could manage perfectly. Your teams need clear divisions. Leave space on the dashboard edge. Design and R&D will coordinate. He didn't need one person calling every shot. He wanted both companies collaborating toward a balanced plan. A viable scheme, Once it was ready, they'd pour in serious capital and move to production. Both companies were suddenly underwater with work. The computer and phone divisions stayed unaffected, though the chipsets and expert teams handled the core functions. Design and assembly could run without bottlenecks. Pierre, we're heading to Europe. Wang Ping'an had already booked the tickets through Dongni. Dongni would run market research. Wang Ping'an was going straight to Burmester. The flight was smooth. International Airlines had given him fast-track status. In practical terms, he was a partner near management level. Free upgrade to first class. That's a solid perk. Dongni sounded genuinely envious. He rarely flew business, and the difference in comfort was stark. The plane's nearly full. That's good for us. More volume meant more profit. A simple fact. Partnering with international airlines saved them endless headaches. 8 hours later, they touched down in Europe. No advance notice to anyone. They contacted a few jewelers to coordinate vehicle deliveries, and that was it. This trip has a different purpose. We won't disturb the locals yet. Wang Ping'an greeted a couple of business contacts, then drove directly to Burmester headquarters. Welcome, Mr. Chen. I'm Roberts, head of Burmester. It's an honor. The man was extremely courteous. Wang Ping'an was the top foreign engine supplier. They couldn't afford to offend a client with his spending power, and they'd already guessed why he'd come. He wanted to equip his new fleet with their systems. That alone commanded their full attention. I think you know why I'm here. How about a tour first? Wang Ping'an wasn't like most buyers. He didn't judge a brand by sitting in a conference room. He wanted to see the real product. Even Burmester had tiers. This is our most popular option for high-end vehicles at the moment. Roberts gestured toward a display unit. If they partnered, they could drop the price to 60,000. 60,000 isn't expensive, but for me, it's a little high. Wang Ping'an said his plan was volume. He could absorb most of Burmester's production. If the price matched what every other supplier got, he wouldn't be satisfied. Then what figure did you have in mind? Roberts was curious. He'd never seen a negotiation quite like this. Wang Ping'an wasn't treating it as a major business drama. More like a standard purchase. He'd met plenty of automakers. Everyone wanted to grind down the price, then place bulk orders. But Wang Ping'an was talking pure scale. He had the power to expand the entire market. No question about it. Mr. Chen, please choose a model first. Once you've decided, we can discuss price. Roberts wanted the product settled before the money talk. Fine. I'm not short on cash, but don't overcharge me either. That was all Wang Ping'an needed to say. Nothing else mattered. He pointed to the unit directly in front of him. Deep bass, crystal treble, excellent. This one. Give me your price. Roberts glanced at the display. For this model, your cost would be 66,000. Wang Ping'an wasn't trying to disrupt the market. The price transparency was already there. If he wanted to lock in a real margin on the configurations, he had to deal directly with the manufacturer. Mr. Wang, you need to understand, the standard price for these upgrades is 130,000, Roberts said, leaning forward like he wanted to make sure nothing got lost. That's already a very fair offer. That's not my point. The price doesn't hold up. Same options, Same showroom. A buyer walks into another shop and gets Pegasi installed just as easily. Wang drummed his fingers once on the table. He wasn't interested in playing the same game as everyone else. He was after mass market leverage. He pointed at a set of speakers priced at 80,000 and asked the only question that mattered. How low can you really go on these? 30,000. Roberts knew exactly who he was dealing with. Wang moved volume. One car brand in his hands could sweep a huge chunk of the overseas market. That kind of scale changed the math. 30 is still too high. Wang leaned back. 20,000. I'll sign the contract right now. He laid out the terms without blinking. This wasn't a standard purchase order. It was a guaranteed contract, minimum of 10,000 Pegasi audio sets every single day. $200 million, locked in. Of course, we can talk about other channels later next year. Maybe it's not just 10,000 cars a day. Roberts exhaled slowly. Even with a guarantee, 10,000 cars daily was a heavy lift for a buyer at Wang's stage. A few thousand units wouldn't move the needle. 10,000 was just a small factory's output. The big international brands placed orders in the millions every year. That was where the real money lived. I said it's a guarantee. Wang's voice was flat and certain. Worst case, I only buy 2 speakers all year, and you still pocket 200 million. For Pegasi, the math was impossible to ignore. Pure profit. Not many people had tried an approach like this, but Wang was bold enough to make it stick. Roberts couldn't hold back a smile. All right. You've got yourself a deal at 20,000. Pegasi has never done anything like this before. He shook his head, half admiring, half stunned. Wang's mind worked differently than anyone he'd ever met. He'd never seen this kind of arrangement. Good, send the first 10,000 units to Love Island. We'll sort out the logistics after that. Wang added that moving forward, he'd place orders a month or 15 days in advance. No shipping delays, no excuses. No problem at all, Mr. Wang. Your business is Pegasi's business. We're here to serve the customer. Roberts knew how to handle the moment, keeping the energy light and making sure Wang felt the respect. I'm glad you see it that way. It's our first time working together. After the contract was signed, Wang took Roberts out for dinner. European cuisine wasn't exactly versatile. The menu was mostly just Western staples rearranged. You have no idea how Love Island has changed, Pierre said with a laugh, aiming the comment at Roberts. It's nothing like here, where the choices are so limited. He added that in 5 years, Europe would dominate global commerce, and Love Island was already a preview of that shift. Roberts turned to Wang with a careful smile. So, Mr. Wang, how's your investment in North Carolina going? Wang had taken a 50% stake in the development bank there and set up his own federal savings branch. No other country had received that kind of treatment, especially with Mohammed's backing behind the scenes. Wang was moving smoothly in both regions now. Let's put it this way. It's a different kind of intensity compared to Love Island. The spending power there is 10 times what you'd see from an average consumer anywhere else. Wang wasn't exaggerating. North Carolina was just entering economic globalization, so everything from outside felt fresh and urgent. And Wang had planted most of his entertainment industry there. Real, consumption-driven businesses. If it weren't for that, he wouldn't bother networking with the local elite at all. Mr. Wang, your strategic vision is impressive. We all respect that. Roberts paused, and his tone shifted slightly. But I do have one piece of advice. Mid to high-end cars are a different game. Look at how other manufacturers handle it. Roberts dealt exclusively with automakers. No ordinary person walked in off the street to source car audio from him. The demands were specific, and the vehicle's price threshold defined the customer base. A car worth only a few $100,000 wouldn't even qualify for premium options. By agreeing to this deal, we've stepped into a delicate situation. I could upset some very big players. Roberts admitted the price he was giving Wang was untouchable for anyone else. It was a gentleman's agreement, and gentlemen didn't break their word. You treat me well, I treat you well. That's what we've built, so don't get worked up. Wang didn't see a problem. To him, it was perfectly ordinary. There were plenty of businesses across Europe waiting for someone like him to step in and save them. That stagnation was exactly why things felt so stuck. What we need to do isn't just link up global commerce. The bigger move is locking everything in ahead of time, so we control what happens next. Wang said it directly to Roberts, and the words landed like a punch to the chest. The older man felt the raw energy radiating off this young CEO, boundless and completely unbothered by the scale of what he was describing. It all comes together. Good luck, Mr. Wang. Wang stayed in Europe for 2 more days. By coincidence, he met a man with an intriguing mind for business. Listen, our movie is missing a soul. The statement almost made Wang laugh. In this era, was someone really still that passionate about film? But after a short conversation, his view shifted completely. I'll invest. You need sponsors, brand partners. Wang gave a faint smile as an old idea surfaced in his mind. A street racing franchise from years back, all about speed and underground culture. If he could feature his cars in a new way, it would generate the kind of buzz that money couldn't buy directly. How do you feel about my car as the lead? How much are you willing to invest? Beverly was 30, and right now he stared at Wang like his brain was struggling to catch up. Depends on what you need. A few $100 million, maybe $1 billion. Wang said it like he was ordering coffee.